for Texas to go into Tuscaloosa and win that game. I think we got that. I think we got it. I think we saw him go from caterpillar to butterfly before our very eyes.
We did.
I mean, it was amazing to watch.
It's a great way to put it. And it was all phases. I mean, the offense, the defense, and the special teams. I thought the defense, I don't want to say Alabama had 2 fluky touchdowns, but they had 2 touchdown drives that just kind of came out of nowhere. I mean, Texas was smothering Alabama and Jalen Hurts for the most part, and then all of a sudden, end of the first half, and then in the second half, these 2 drives that just bang, 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 and where did that come from? But that's credit to Alabama. But really, for the majority of the night, the Texas defense did what they wanted to do. They sacked Jalen Hurts 5 times.
Jalen Hurts. He wished he was Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
They wish it was Jalen Hurts back there. They were praying for Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Milroe 5 times. They forced 2 picks. They won the turnover battle. Ethan Burke, Anthony Hill Jr.
Oh, man.
I mean, there were just...
The list goes on.
Yeah,
the list is so long of guys we need to praise today. That's what happens when you win big games, right? You win big games, you can't win it with just one guy. You need 8, 9, 10, 12 guys showing up. And honestly, I think we got that many guys we need to give a shout out to. And honestly, we got to start with Quinn and the O-line. And Sark is kind of where it starts to me.
Agreed. Well, because the game plan was on point.
The game plan was it was masterful.
I think it was our man.
It was a master class.
Our man Paul Wadlington over at Inside Texas, who wrote the Texas offense wasn't perfect on Saturday night, but they were relentless. They were also poised, focused, and really well coached. And that's really the takeaway. I mean, they went in with a plan. Obviously, what we saw against Rice was intended to be vanilla. Maybe Sark got what he wanted in that Rice game, where the offensive line was a little lethargic and heavy-legged in that game. And he got to chew on them for a week and let them go good on good and really fire this team up.
Rope-a-dope, man.
Yeah, man.
Might have been rope-a-dope. It feels like it was a rope-a-dope.
I think Sark's genuine disappointment would tell you he wasn't planning on that against Rice.
No, he wasn't planning on, but just the vanilla thing, it kind of worked out that way, where it's like, oh, man, Texas looks like same old Texas.
By the way, Rice went and beat Houston. It's kind of a wild Saturday in college football.
Rice ain't no pushover now.
Because that's the thing now, right?
That was a well-coached team. We know that now.
Yeah.
That was a good game plan they had.
Well, look, I mean, as you just said, there are heroes across the board. This is what happens when you win big games. They were the better team on paper going in, and they played and coached to that level, Rod. Well, guess what now? That's the bar now. That's the bar.
Yes, it is.
That is. Yep. Now, if you keep it there, this can be a special season, not just one huge win, right? Now that becomes the goal, is to make this not just, remember that night in Tuscaloosa, because, I don't want to bring up the Aggies here, but the Aggies beat Alabama and then lost 4 other games, right? I mean, that's the goal now. You now know you're as good as anybody in the country. You're into the top 4. Your offense, your defense, your special teams are there. That was the only question of the entire offseason. Can they put it all together? Would this team play and capitalize and maximize their opportunity? And they did. But now the goal is to keep that consistency and not lose focus and keep the bar right there. We prepare for every team the rest of the way like you just prepared for Alabama.
You can't. You don't have 6 to 8 months. That's kind of the point.
That's correct.
I mean, I hate to. I'm just not trying to round the parade. I'm just saying really quickly. They literally were preparing for that game for 6 to 8 months, and they were really well prepared. They did out-coach Saban. And by the way, every coach does that. They circle big games, and they put in extra time to prepare. So it's nothing new. I'm just saying, they can't do that. That's the challenge now. Now you have 5 to 6 days to prepare for every opponent. And you, as you just pointed out, and I think very astutely, now the pressure mounts, right? Because the expectation is you're going to play at an elite level every week. So I think this team took a huge step because I saw them battle adversity. I'm glad, and it's straight. Watching back now, they won the game. I'm glad that they didn't blow Bama out because they had a chance to. Right, they had a chance to. If X-Man catches that touchdown pass early on, Jay Brooks catches that touchdown pass early on, or catches the ball in the red zone, then they got a chance to go up on Bama. And like you said, Bama couldn't move the ball consistently. They just needed big chunk yardage plays every now and then, and Jalen Milroe's athletic instincts would take over every now and then and just make something out of nothing. But for Texas, I'm glad they went through that adversity. I'm glad I got to see the guys battle adversity and bounce back, like X-Men. Hell, even JT Sanders, right? JT Sanders had that play early on, was an incompletion / fumble. We didn't know what it was going to be. Turns out they, declared an incompletion, and it was good for Texas. But it was still him battling adversity. I saw Jalen Catalon miss a tackle on Jalen Milroe. really bad in open field early on. He battled back, had a big game. I saw Ethan Burke lose contain early on. Jalen Murrow, he battled back, had a great game. Jahdae Barron actually on a blitz early on. He lost contain. Jalen Murrow gets a first down. He came back, got an interception. Same thing with Jaron Thompson. He gets beat on that big play on a touchdown, comes back, gets an interception. I mean, I just saw this team battle adversity in so many ways. I saw Anthony Hill, young guy, lose contain on the quarterback as a spy and then learn from that mistake in real time. I saw like 8, 9 guys have a bad play first. A.D. Mitchell did. Remember, he had the fumble on the reverse. And he got hit and had a fumble. And it was like
Xavier Worthy dropped a touchdown pass.
He dropped the touchdown pass. And all those guys, they had those bad plays happen early.
Yeah.
It could have been bad. It could have accumulated, but you can tell the culture. To me, that's a test. The culture is different. Those guys didn't let that distract them or deter them or derail the mission. They all battled back, and all of those guys had great games. And made huge plays. Big plays, clutch plays in critical moments after making mistakes like that. That shows, the team's got good football character.
High football character.
Yeah.
And that's what's going to be the question. Has this team learned? And then we heard about player-led, and the players have come together. They realized, last year some of those games that got away were certainly some play calling from Sark, but also players got to make plays, and they certainly did, as you said. And they all made some rough ones early and, battled it back. And how about that final drive, Rod, during the final 7 minutes of the game? Jonathan Brooks only had 14 carries on the day, but gained 57 yards, and 43 of those came on, or 34 of those came on that final drive, where he was just dragging people to the first down and never gave the ball back to Alabama. And Obama fans are obviously criticizing Nick Saban. They don't like that he used his timeouts, all of them before the 5-minute mark. Yeah, he was trying to catch a spark and I think he was trying to force Sark to throw the ball.
He was.
To see if he could force a turnover, right? See if he could bring a blitz or get a ball tipped or something to get the ball back, because as long as Texas was pounding the rock, they couldn't do anything about it. But that was really, really impressive. When we hear from Steve Sarkisian after this game, obviously he was very emotional. This is a place he loves, Tuscaloosa. You'll hear why here coming up. But proud of his team. But he was asked why this is such a big win for you personally.
University of Alabama, Nick Saban, Tuscaloosa changed my life. At the moment of my life when things were not going great, and he extended me an olive branch, and everybody here was so supportive of me coming here, and then bringing me back a second time to then having to have open heart surgery while I was here. So these people here mean a lot to me, and I'm very grateful for everybody at Alabama and in Tuscaloosa for what they showed myself, my family, my wife. So to come here and to play them and to play the way that we played, it's humbling. Because life kind of goes full circle on that kind of stuff. So not to get overly emotional about it, but it means a lot.
All right. And his team, you heard when in the immediate on-field interview with Quinn Ewers and Steve Sarkisian, it was Quinn Ewers who said, we trusted our coach. Our coach told us on Monday that if you just trust me and trust the game plan and trust the process, we're going to win this game. And they trusted him to a T. And you just said it, Rod Babers, perfectly, that much like Steve Sarkisian had to overcome a lot of personal adversity and health adversity to get himself back to this point where he can be coaching at the top of the college football ladder. The players each had to face some adversity within that game that they battled back from. And now the one guy I don't think made a mistake. I don't think Quinn Ewers made a mistake in the game. Quinn Ewers was so locked in.
That fumble on that, I don't know what the hell it was. Remember where they tried to tush push?
Oh, yeah,
where
yeah.
They
the
put JT Sanders
and
Jay Brooks. We didn't give him enough props. That might have potentially saved the game.
Oh, man, that recovery.
That was huge.
Jump on that ball.
Oh, man. And then the refs, I don't know what the hell the refs would think. Remember when they came out and said basically there was Bama ball at first? Yeah. I was like, what are you talking about? That's crazy. But that was a weird play. I don't know what that was. And there was one weird drive where he was backed up deep in their own territory. And he just was out of sync. Do you remember this? Where they threw it? You remember? It was like 2-3
right
plays
before
in a row.
The half. It was right before the half.
He just seemed like he was. I don't know what it was. It was weird. Every other drive, he seemed like, he was a stone cold killer. But it did that one drive. He was a little out of sync.
He threw a ball low to
JT Sanders, and then a little bit high to
X-Man. And his footwork was off.
Yeah, it was just one. It was one drive. I'm not complaining. We're not criticizing. I'm just saying that was the only thing that I noticed in my rewatch. But I'll say this, because we're gonna talk a lot about Quinn and what he did. Because I think the game plan by Sark was magnifico. There was It was a lot of stuff that we brought up and talked about on the shows about getting Quinn in the groove, getting him in a rhythm. He didn't throw his first deep ball until the second quarter. Right? Don't chase it. Right? Go make big plays. Don't chase big plays. I don't think he chased it. I think he was hunting it. He was hunting it, but he didn't chase it. It's a difference. He was hunting that big play. We'll get into some of the X's and O's later. But the O-line, man, the lines of scrimmage. That game is a line of scrimmage game. My man Jeff always says SEC is a line of scrimmage league. That game was about the lines of scrimmage. 0 sacks.
0
sacks allowed for Texas.
Or turnovers.
That's a great point, too. But I want to give props to the O-line. The game plan was a part of that, too. Quinn's a part of that, too. It all works, in synchronicity, if you will. But coming off the Rice game, everybody's biggest concern was the O-line. We were freaking out. Like, man, this O-line, they don't look good. They just look like that they were overwhelmed. We don't know if we saw enough improvement from the offseason. And in that 1 week, and sorry, you got into it, Ian, talked about, hey, they made it win good on good, whatever it was. They fixed those problems. I always say coaches are problem solvers. They solved that problem. And then they had 0 sacks versus Alabama in Tuscaloosa. Then on the flip side of that, you have 5 sacks. And I'm not going to lie, I counted like 3-4 sacks they missed.
Milroe's hard to bring down.
He is. He's a good athlete.
He's a good athlete who they had. Byron Murphy had him dead to rights a couple times. And, that could have been an 8 or 9 sack game.
Yeah. I'm with you. I counted 4. I think I counted 4 in my notes that they missed, but you probably could have been a little bit more gracious and said, yeah, they probably missed 5. The Texas offensive line is the only offensive line since 2014 that allowed fewer than 3 QB pressures and 0 sacks in a game against Alabama. Like, how the hell do you do that against Nick Saban in Alabama? That's Kyle Flood and Steve Sarkisian and the O-line. Take a bow, gentlemen. Take a bow. And the Texas D-line, take a bow.
Yeah, 3.1 yards per carry for Alabama.
Line of scrimmage,
sacks, baby. And props to Sark and this staff because they've built something here. And now the goal and the opportunities in front of you to not just make it a special win, but make it a special season in your final in the Big 12. But you certainly told and put the rest of the SEC on note that you're ready to go for that league, right? They're going to join the SEC. That's been a big question. They, at least for one night, they played like an SEC football team, a dominant SEC football team.
Like a damn good one.
34-24, and right, it was Longhorns had 13 points at the half. Could have been 21 points if they catch balls. Jonathan Brooks and Xavier Worthy had to settle for field goals. And, that's why all Longhorn fans who, as I said in the headlines, Longhorns have been in the top 5 in the country since 2010. And if you remember that 2010 miserable year, they didn't stay in the top 10 very long.
No.
Because that was a 5-7 season. So that wasn't even a good year. But that was the last time they were among the top 5 teams in the country. And in this game, they played like one. And, but as you said, they weren't perfect. They were just –
that's the beautiful thing about it.
They were just relentless. They were just a relentless football team who wasn't going to be denied in that opportunity. And it was a moment, and now you go build on that. We'll come back. We'll talk about it all morning. Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain and the deep dive on the game plan, which was, as you said, Magnifico. Also, Magnifico, the Dallas Cowboys. That was something last night.
That defense, hey, I said it. I think they could have a chance to be the best defense in the league.
I don't disagree at all. They were, speaking of all offseason, one of the reasons I was a little cautious of the Giants with, getting more than a field goal at home is they had all offseason to prepare for that game. And I know they were playing in a rainstorm, but man, what a mess. But the Cowboys forced that. But Daniel Jones had no chance. That's a playoff team from a year ago. That's not Westlake playing, Aikens or something.
Yeah, that's some team that's tanking.
Sorry, Aikens. It's my neighborhood school. I love Aikens, but man,
you're right though. That's not some team that's tanking.
That's like
damn
what?
Good team. Yeah.
It was 40. I went to bed at like 9:30. The game was ridiculous.
I had to. I didn't even finish watching. I'm not gonna lie.
Nothing happened.
It wasn't entertaining after a while.
I enjoyed that.
Yes, of course you did.
I watched the whole thing.
They snatched the soul out of that team. That's all. They didn't want to be.
Great description.
They just snatched their guts out and said, "We're okay."
They were missing guys.
Oh.
They were missing guys. On defense, awesome. They were missing Donovan Wilson. On offensive line, missing Tyler Smith.
Hey, you know how you build a Dak-friendly offense? Don't have him do anything.
Be a defensive-oriented team.
Dak had to throw 20 passes for 140 yards. And
that's the Dak-friendliest offense anymore. The Tex Coast, baby. Tex Coast.
Just dominate.
That means we just got to limit Dak.
Well, remember in the offseason,
less Dak, more defense.
Micah Parsons was comparing his defense to the 2000 Ravens.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they certainly looked like it in Week 1, the first Week 1 shutout since 1999.
Wow.
All right, all morning long, we're talking good, bad, and ugly from the huge win in Tuscaloosa. If you're back from the state of Alabama, made the trip, we'll hear from you and take your thoughts. Specs text line 512-337-3776. Also, hit us up through our social medias. You can watch the show on our Twitch channel if you want to watch this morning. Also on our YouTube channel at The Horn Austin, 1019 AM 1260, and streaming always on that Horn app. Take it wherever you go. You got it with a touch of a button. It's Ian Rod B on a Monday.
had $50 in my pocket. Gonna chase myself, a ghost went down.
All right, there you go. There was the deep ball after all intermediate short passes to start the game. The Longhorns then struck. They went, three in a row, 3 times on one drive. And
he saw it.
X-Man.
Whatever he saw, he was like, all right, they're flooding, or they're. I think what he saw was the zone. They went a lot of split zone coverage.
Yeah,
where they went, cover 2 on one side, cover 4 on one side, and he was like, I'm attacking it.
Yeah, that was
the matchup he liked.
That was a real, kind of blew the top off it. And obviously the Longhorns then faced some adversity when they fell behind in the third quarter, but responded like a champion would, and certainly a team that has a goal of winning a championship. That music we had returning was the legendary Texas singer-songwriter Charlie Robinson, who passed away yesterday, surprisingly, at the age of 59. He and his brother, of course, the Robinson brothers, big time. He was only 59 years old, passed away yesterday, only 9 days after celebrating his birthday. So rest in peace to he and his family. And he was one of those Texas country guys for sure. Became as a big surprise yesterday. It's also the 22nd anniversary of 9/11. Of course, we will never forget.
Yeah, no doubt.
And have some thoughts on that throughout the course of the morning. But 5 hours a day, 5 days a week here on Ian Rod B. We rise and grind and talk Texas football, the Cowboys, the NFL. By the way, before we go to behind the curtain, Rod, Cowboys were ultra impressive in primetime last night. How about your guy Kyle Shanahan, San Francisco 49ers? They were almost equally impressive because they went into Pittsburgh, into the Steel City, and just hammered that team.
Hammered them. Yep.
I mean, it was unbelievable. Not unbelievable, but it was impressive. And the Cowboys were equally impressive. Those were the 2 most impressive teams I saw on Sunday. I thought Tua was maybe one of the most impressive players I saw. He and Tyreek Hill were unbelievable in their win over the Chargers. So we'll get some NFL, obviously, as the week goes on. Looking forward to the big game tonight with the Jets and Bills. But right now, let's get some deep dive analysis. How did the Longhorns get the victory as a 7.5-point underdog, go into Tuscaloosa and dominate the game, dominate the fourth quarter, and get a win? Let's go behind the burnt orange curtain.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, now I think we start with Sark's scheme and how he really got Quinn Ewers in a groove before he started connecting on deep balls. Now, I believe they were 50% on deep balls, and that doesn't include the PIs they got. They got 2 PIs? I believe it was 2. On the same guy, if I'm not mistaken. Was it Terrion Arnold with both of those PIs? One that was on the double pass by Xavier Worthy, and the other one was on A.D. Mitchell, right? Just threw a deep one?
Yep.
Both same guy. And I want to say late in the game they might have replaced him with number 9, if I'm not mistaken. I forget his name for Alabama. But either way, Sark was hunting. I would say Sark's a big game hunter. He doesn't like the small game. He doesn't want your game birds, your quails. He doesn't want doves. He doesn't want stuff like that.
Big old turkeys and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. He wants to be on the African plains out there hunting something he can mount on his wall. And I would give him a lot of credit. I'm going to go back and do the research and find out when it's kind of the latest he's thrown a deep ball in the game. But he waited to the second quarter, He waited to the second quarter. And then once he saw the coverage he liked, that's when he went after it. And I'll give him also credit for, I thought Texas would run more empty formation, but they started out the game in empty. But I think he started out in empty because of something that I brought up on the shows. I think he wanted to see if the Alabama corners, Kool-Aid McKinstry and Terrion Arnold, were going to travel. If they were going to, because he had empty with the tight ends. Remember the first play was Cedric Baxter. It was a screen to the running back, but they were out of empty formation. So he had, out of 12 personnel, 1 back, 2 tight ends. He had both tight ends out wide with Cedric Baxter in a trips formation, kind of a bunch trips out there. And then he had both wide receivers to twins to the opposite side. And I think he wanted to see if the cornerbacks were going to travel, and they didn't. So the first 2 plays were out of empty. And I think it was just troubleshooting. I think, he was happy that he got the first down out of this running back screen, but I think it was troubleshooting to see if those Alabama corners were going to move around and travel, and they weren't, which told him they're going to play some zone. And they did play some zone, all right? And I think he was waiting to see if they were going to play, and they played a lot of split coverage. Quarters, half coverage. They played some man too, but there was a lot of split coverage, and you could tell that Sark, and by the time he verified that in the second quarter, he didn't want to waste it. So he went after it. That's why he had 3 bombs in a row. First one was incomplete. Second was the double pass, ended up being a PI, and the third one, boom, they hit on, which was, I mean, that was probably one of the biggest plays of the game. It might have been top 3 biggest plays of the game, period. Because Longhorn fans, I think that made Quinn a believer. Because Quinn was hitting on all the short stuff. That's Quinn's comfort zone. That's where he's confident. Sark started out the game, just like we said, the short, high percentage, quick passing game has to be the extension of the running game. The running game will come. Like I said, I don't think you'll be able to get consistent yardage on the running game. They did a lot better late in the game with the running game once they kind of wore Alabama down. But if you go look at the first down passing rate, in the first 3 quarters of the game, Sark was close to up 70% first down passing rate. I mean, he was throwing it a ton, which breaks tendency. Most defenses are constructed to stop the run on first down. Sark understanding that about Nick Saban, and it's probably a Nick Saban principle. I'm going to stop the run on first down and win first down. Sark went after him, and he went after him via the pass. And the passes weren't downfield passes, as you know, they were short, high percentage passes. Essentially, they were long handoffs, extensions of the running game, and it got his quarterback in a groove. It got Quinn in a rhythm. And I think that helped. I think that really did help with the confidence of Quinn. Also, but I think it established Texas, being able to stress Alabama horizontally. And then Alabama having to respect that a little bit. And I think that's why, Sark, after they started to respect that quick, short, underneath game and maybe became a little bit more aggressive towards it, that's when Sark broke out the big guns and went downfield. And if he didn't hit on the deep ball, we'd be having a different discussion today. But they did. They did.
They hit him.
And he was stubborn about it, too. He was like, no, I'm 3 in a row.
Well, at that point, you got to know that Nick Saban didn't know what to do, right?
All on first down, by the way, too. So he was very stubborn about it.
Impressive for them.
Yeah.
And, look, we said all last week, what it was going to take to go in there and win a game. Only 5 losses since 2008 on that field. And we also said this isn't as good as an Alabama team as they've had.
That is very true.
And the Longhorns were the more talented team. We talked about that all last week.
Mm-hmm. So
roster to roster, you liked Texas, but did they have the mentality to do it? Would Sark, call the game plan, and then in the fourth quarter, would he, outwit his mentor? And he certainly did. As we said, going into it, 3 of the previous 5 quarterbacks to beat Nick Saban in Tuscaloosa went on to win the Heisman Trophy, Rod. 2 of them went on to win a national championship. That was Cam Newton and Joe Burrow. Johnny Manziel won the Heisman, but not the championship. I mean, that's why this season becomes, big opportunity. And Quinn Ewers, shut up the doubters. And as you said in our pregame on Saturday, this is your moment. That's why I made that montage with the Eminem song. It's your moment.
It is, man.
To, all the detractors, all the guys, all the texters we see calling for Malik Murphy, and maybe Malik's the guy. Quinn had one heck of a night. And, Sark choreographed the game plan and built it, and his quarterback executed it to a very high level. Yeah,
it was. It was that's just part of it. Basically, he always wanted to have Alabama thinking about the run, and then he would always pivot to the pass. I have a great saying that I got from my man Kyle Shanahan, who I'm sure influenced a little bit of Sark's philosophy, following him there in Atlanta. You present power personnel packages, and then you pivot to play action pass principles, or pivot to pass principles. I know it's a lot of P's in there, but easier to remember. And Sark did that in this matchup. We talked about that before the game, how that may be one of his ways to break tendency. He had 12. He played a lot of 12 personnel. Matter of fact, started out the game in 12 personnel.
That's two running backs in the backfield.
No,
right?
That's two tight ends.
2 tight ends.
1 back, 2 tight ends. And I thought, oh man, he's playing a lot of 12 personnel. Maybe they want to see if they can establish the run. He actually threw out of 12 personnel a lot, damn near 50% of the time, and they were in 12 personnel. They were throwing the football. So presenting power personnel looks to Bama. They think run. Maybe even on first down, they think run, and then you pivot to pass. And that's where you find your matchup advantages. So usually I wouldn't track it for years, or at least for years, the last 2 years for Sark. And when he's in 12 personnel, usually he's throwing the football a third of the time. In 2022, it was a little bit higher. You're probably close to 35% of the time. In this game, he was throwing the football out of 12 personnel 48% of the time. So you got a really high pass rate on first down, which is usually a running down, and combine that with showing power looks with the 1 back, 2 tight ends, and then throwing out of that set and throwing on first down. A lot of, counterintuitive deception going on within Sark's offense. Just with those two, that's just the top layer. That's the shallow layer of it. You can get way, way deeper into it, but that's just part of what was masterful about the game plan. He was going to bet on his quarterback, but he put him in a position to be successful, because the passes that they started off the game for, they were high percentage passes. I mean, this is with the comfort zone of Quinn Ewers. The deep ball, that was the risk. And when they hit on that opened up the entire playbook for Sark.
No question.
Yeah,
no
and
question.
It confirmed and reaffirmed the game plan will work. And that's when I think Quinn started, the game plan's going to work. And everybody believed the game plan's going to work, O-line included. That's when it started to take off for him.
All right, we come back. There's the first trip behind the burnt orange curtain. We'll do it all morning. Rod's got the deep dive analysis that you want on this Monday morning. The red meat conversation. The Longhorns win at Alabama and have set themselves up for what could be a quite a run here. Got to keep playing at that level, though, without a doubt. We'll also talk about the Cowboys, who won last night to start their season. The Cowboys' offense was responsible for 6 points in the first half.
That's amazing.
Yet they were up 26-0 at halftime. That's how well balanced they were and dominant on defense and special teams. We'll talk some Cowboys, the Longhorns, the rest of college football, the good, the bad, and the ugly on a Monday. Coming back with our What the Facts segment, including Novak Djokovic honoring Kobe Bryant last night in New York. This was a great scene. We'll let you hear about it coming up here with Ian Rod B.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers.
Austin, Texas Sports. The Horn.
Time for What the Facts here on Ian Rod B. Just the facts from a busy weekend, including, yes, it is a fact that Sean Payton's first play as the Broncos' new head coach was an onside kick. Onside kick.
Yeah, exactly.
First play.
I love it, baby.
Now, they lost to the Raiders.
Hey, but he's coaching his butt off over there. And, Russell Wilson.
And they got the ball, by the way. They recovered the ball.
The Russell Wilson experiment, man, is still a little shaky. He had a lot of check downs in that matchup. I know the completion percentage looks good, but he had a lot of check downs. Yeah. Ton of check. He had as many throws and targets to running backs as he did to receivers.
Yeah.
So the stats can be a little deceiving. What the facts?
Yeah, what the facts, baby. What the facts.
What the facts.
I mean, yes, Cowboys have the best defense in the NFL. I think that's a fact. I think San Francisco's right there with them, but
man,
super impressive.
Can I give a stat about that?
Yeah.
Let's talk about the Cowboys. So the Cowboys before the Dallas's last offensive possession before the half, there was a point where they had more points than they had offensive plays. They had 26 and 25 at one point. It was wild. That was a crazy game, man. It was domination.
Yeah.
Domination.
I enjoyed watching their defense. Like I was like, oh, let's give the Giants back the ball. I just want to see them get after the quarterback.
They're so fast.
Like every other play was either a sack or a turnover.
Yeah, if you're Daniel Jones. I actually felt bad for Daniel Jones at one point. I was like, man, I feel bad. But remember, I brought this up. Remember last year I told you nobody had more offensive line combinations and rotations than the Giants last season. And it was remarkable that they were able to piecemeal a playoff season together. I don't know, might be coming back to haunt them a little bit at offensive line. Or maybe Dallas defensive front is just that damn good, too.
Well, and if you had Noah Igbin Onigany, and did I get that right?
Igbinogany.
I can always say it when I don't think about it, then I read it, and then I get it all phonetically wrong.
Igbinogany.
If you could
I can be wrong about that.
You can have him and Deron Bland scoring your first 2 touchdowns of the season. You want to parlay with that deal. I mean, God.
Seriously.
I mean, come on. Also, it's a fact, Rod, that the Pac-12, the dying Pac-12, has 7 teams currently in the top 25. 7. And the winning Big 12, remember, Big 12 won the battle to stay alive and be in the Power 4?
Yes, they did.
Yet it's the Pac-12 with 7 teams, and meanwhile, the teams in the Big 12 are making fools of themselves.
Did the wrong conference survive?
Well,
Did the wrong
Brett Yormark, baby.
Survive? Yeah, Brett hey, that's even more of an accomplishment for Yormark. He's like, hey, man, I got these people to believe the Big 12 was a better conference than the Pac-12.
Texas Tech's 0-2, Baylor's 0-2, TCU's 1-1, and we're embarrassed by Colorado. Houston lost to Rice. They're 1-1. Man, oh, man.
Texas.
Meanwhile, Oklahoma's 2-0. They got Art Briles on the sidelines. What are they doing?
That was a family affair, though. He's like a grandfather.
Like that was part of the deal when he was hired.
He's Jeff Lebby's father-in-law.
Still can't be on the field.
Grandfather to the kids. I'm not rooting for.
The reporting
I'm not taking up for Art Briles.
Me either. No. Well, the reporting out of Oklahoma.
He can hang around his family. Just hang around his family.
But the reports out of Norman are that upon hiring Jeff Lebby, who that is his father,
his
father-in-law,
yeah,
Art Briles, but upon hiring him, that was part of the deal.
They told him
no Art Briles.
He who shall not be named don't need to be around here.
Right. Well, we want you. We don't want him. Well, there he is on the sidelines wearing an Oklahoma jersey.
He should have been on the sideline. He should have been up in the stands. You can get him some tickets, but he shouldn't have been on the sideline. I'm gonna
wearing your colors.
You cross the line. He should have been like, hey, Pops, no, man, you can't be here. You gotta go.
Man,
you know what I mean? Can't be down here. It's a
like
bad
a hippie
look
these days.
The optics. Well, he ain't got a lot going on.
Hey,
Can't give you another stat.
Give me a stat. Just the facts with Ian Rod B.
What the facts? Road teams in the NFL right now, 12-3 against the spread. What the facts?
And I think they were 10 out of 14 just winning, right?
Oh, you might be right about that, yeah.
10 of the 14 road teams won this week.
It's crazy.
This is similar. It happened last year, too, though.
Did it really early on? It says the first time, so maybe just Vegas is off early on like they are in college football a little bit. First time since 2006 there have been 12-plus road covers in week 1. And Ty just gave
I had myself a Sunday. I can tell you that much.
Way to go, Ty.
Ty
has some good
He's
picks.
in football mode right now. Your Browns pick, baby.
Yeah,
your Browns pick is on point.
I had the Texans getting hammered by the Ravens, and they did. Well, actually, wasn't as bad as I thought, but they got the
blind
Ravens
man
covered.
could have seen that coming.
Yeah, Ravens covered. Thank you very much. I also got crushed by the bad beat with the Texas Tech Red Raiders. I had the Red Raiders in the 8 points, and did you see the end of that? The dreaded 15 seconds to
Oregon?
go fumble recovery for a touchdown.
Little backdoor cover.
Little backdoor cover. Terrible. Let me play this for you, though. Novak Djokovic won his 24th Grand Slam title. I know. This guy's one of the greatest. The debate will be where he ranks all time, but now has as many singles Grand Slam title as anybody ever. Margaret Court had 24 on the women's side.
Oh, yeah. The great.
But this was really cool. Afterward, he donned a T-shirt that he pulled out of his bag that had Kobe Bryant on it. And, of course, Kobe was number 24 with the LA Lakers. And here's why he said he wanted to do that.
I thought of doing this T-shirt, eventually if I get the chance to win the tournament. It was about 7 days ago. I didn't share it with anyone up to a few days ago when I asked my people to help me out to make these shirts. Kobe was close friend. We chatted a lot about the winner's mentality. When I was struggling, with the injury and trying to make my comeback, work my way back to the top of the game. He was one of the people that I rely on the most. He was always there for any kind of counsel, advice, any kind of support in a most friendly way. So of course, what happened a few years ago and him and his daughter passing hurt me deeply. And I thought, 24 is the jersey that he wore when he became a legend of Lakers and world basketball. So I thought, it could be a nice symbolic thing to acknowledge him for all the things he's done.
There you go. Pretty cool.
That is really cool.
Yeah. The Mamba mentality, Rod.
Hey, everybody's trying to adopt that Mamba mentality. They probably need to, come out with like motivational stuff, because he had a lot of like motivational stuff that from interviews and things like that. I wonder if they can like package the Mamba mentality stuff and really kind of turn it into something like an actual product for people.
Yeah, that is.
Can I give you the stat about Dak Prescott and how he's dominated the NFC East?
Yes.
He is 25-10 against the spread versus the NFC East, only behind Aaron Rodgers for best against the spread versus their own division. He's better against the spread versus the NFC East than Tom Brady was versus the AFC East.
Yeah.
That's how much he owns that division. They should be paying him rent.
Well,
That's how much he owns that division.
Clearly, in the NFC, the best three teams are Philadelphia, San Francisco, and Dallas after 1 week, and I think that was going in. And they all three went on the road and earned tough, big wins to start their season. I mean, San Francisco went into Pittsburgh, and Brock Purdy looked great.
Hey,
not good. He looked great.
Shannon tried to tell y'all, man. Yeah, the woman you marry is not the hottest woman you ever dated. She's the one that was most compatible with you. That's what Purdy is, baby.
They look good, and obviously Philadelphia went in and survived the Patriots 25-20. That's still a tough place to win with your with Bill Belichick all offseason to prepare for you, and had some things for Jalen Hurts in that game and played in the rain. And then the Cowboys just tallywhacked the Giants in a big way. Those three teams are clearly better than anybody else in that conference in my mind. By the way, Cowboys' next opponent will be tonight's Monday Night Football team, the Jets, versus the Bills tonight. We're back, Ian Rod B. Rolling on a Monday, exciting Monday for Longhorn fans, coming off of biggest win for the Longhorn football program in decades, certainly since maybe 08. Would probably be the time the Longhorns are ranked in the top 5 for the first time since 10.
Something like that, yep.
And that didn't last much longer than the start of the season.
It wasn't real. It was a fugazi.
Yeah, that was September 5th. That was the start of the year. And remember, they barely beat Rice or struggled with Rice early, and that was the beginning of the end of the Mac Brown run at Texas. But a lot of good, a lot of bad, a lot of ugly from the weekend. Not much ugly for the Longhorns. Everything was pretty as they took down Alabama. But it is a heavy day as well because it's September 11th, 2023. So 22 years ago, the attacks on our country. We'll never forget them. Got a nice text earlier from someone who said, I always remember hearing the words from UE of what was going on. And, we all lived through that together and on the radio and wherever you were. It was a terrible day, and we will never forget that without a doubt. Also, rest in peace to Charlie Robeson on a different level. We played, I had a nice tribute song to him. We'll play some Charlie Robeson this morning, the legendary Texas singer-songwriter. Sad to see that. But so some heavy hearts, but boy, a lot of excitement as well as the Longhorns, the way I would put it, Rod, is did what we knew they could do, but weren't sure we were going to see that, right? We knew it. We knew Texas had a roster that could win that game. We knew Alabama maybe not as explosive as they've been and had a young quarterback of their own, and they made it happen. But more talk, all about it here coming up. Let's first get to the other headlines of the morning, and then Rod's going to have a Rod's rant coming up. We'll go play some Bullish or BS for the end of the hour. But let's caught up on the rest of the news. Then we're talking Texas football all morning. Top Gun. Lawn Equipment and Rentals bring you the news, and Longhorns are in the news this morning. Number 4 in the country now, according to the new AP poll released yesterday. Only Georgia, Michigan, and Florida State ahead of them. First time, as we said, since 2010. Alabama fell back to number 10 in the new poll. K-State, the next highest-ranked Big 12 team at 15. Oklahoma is at 19. Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers was named the Walter Camp Offensive Player of the Week for his performance on Saturday. He's the 9th Longhorn to win that National Player of the Week award. Bijan won it back in 2021. 349 yards, 3 touchdowns. 2 of them came in that Texas 21-point fourth quarter as the Longhorns snapped the Alabama 21-game home win streak. In the NFL, Dallas Cowboys, how impressive were they last night? They went onto Broadway and put on the most impressive performance of the league's first Sunday. Absolutely devoured the New York Giants 40-0. It's the first week one shutout in 24 years in the league. Cowboys were up 19-0 after the first quarter on a blocked field goal for a score and a fumble return for a touchdown. They rolled from there. Daniel Jones, the Giants quarterback, had no chance. It's 104 yards through the air, threw 2 picks, sacked 7 times. Also impressive in week 1, the Bijan Robinson, Roschon Johnson, former Longhorn careers are underway. They both scored their first touchdowns. Bijan scored the Falcons' first points of the year, 6 points on an 11-yard catch and run. Helped Atlanta to a win over Carolina. Rojo scored from a yard out, but his Bears lost to Green Bay 38-20. San Francisco, impressive yesterday into Pittsburgh, steamrolled the Steelers 30-7. Baltimore spoiled DeMeco Ryans' debut as head coach of the Texans. Baltimore beat them 25-9. Ravens did lose star running back J.K. Dobbins for the season with an injured Achilles. Philadelphia ruined Tom Brady Day in New England. They built a big early lead and held on 25-20. Cleveland, how about this surprise? They dominated Joe Burrow and the Bengals 24-3. Burrow just 82 yards passing in that game. LA Rams went into Seattle, knocked off the Seahawks 30-13. And in the best game of the day, Tua Tagovailoa threw for 466 yards in L.A. against the Chargers, and his touchdown pass to Tyreek Hill with 1:45 to go gave the Dolphins a 36-34 win. Tonight, Monday Night Football, to wrap it up, it's a good one. Aaron Rodgers and the Jets hosting Josh Allen and the Bills. Major League Baseball, AL West leading Astros extended their division lead over the weekend. They took 2 out of 3 from the Padres, pounded them yesterday 12-2. So second place Seattle dropped 3 out of 4 in Tampa, so they're now 2.5 games back of Houston in the West. Texas took 2 of 3 from the A's, but still 3 back of the Stros. Rangers open a massive series tonight, 4 games with the Toronto Blue Jays. Blue Jays currently lead Texas for the final AL wildcard spot by a half game.
Gets it out quickly, but makes a pick. It's intercepted. Janae Barron makes the kind of takeaway Texas needed and the kind of mistake that Saban was worried about with the inexperienced quarterback. Just didn't see it. Texas back in Bama territory. Ewers from the pocket. Now he'll loft one downfield. A ton of air running underneath it. Worthy's got it for a touchdown. Ewers still has it and finds his tight end, Sanders. Big man, rumbling free, gets a block, stiff arm. Lowers the shoulder. What a run after the catch with this athletic tight end from Texas. Play fake. Ewers. Slant. Touchdown, Mitchell. What a response by Texas.
On display tonight, battling in year 3.
Bill Rowe delivers right into the hands of the Longhorn. Intercepted by Jaron Thompson. His second mistake. He steps out inside the 10. Worthy in motion. Brooks fights to the end zone, and Texas quickly cashes in to build the lead. What an incredible turnaround. Lewis in the pocket, launching downfield. Mitchell, touchdown Texas.
Or not.
Well, they hand it off and pick up the first down and perhaps end the game. Brooks with a burst.
Texas has beaten Alabama in Tuscaloosa here in a week 2. Massive, colossal college football matchup that'll have implications for months and months this college football season.
I'm so proud of my team. You know, our defense, we balled out. I'm fired up for the rest of the way. Fired up.
Texas with a huge monumental win over Alabama. I'll say this. I don't actually know if this team played their best game because rewatching it, I saw a lot of mistakes actually that Texas made throughout the game, especially early on in the game. But to me, that's the beauty of it. That I always say, if you don't like what people are saying, change the conversation. You can't do that by talking about it. You got to be about it, right? You got to do it with action. This team won that game in the fourth quarter and in the second half, right? Even though they got down too. Alabama got to the point where they made enough plays to get up on Texas in that game. And we've talked about how Sark's teams are not yet a fourth quarter team, right? And they haven't been able to put it all together for 4 quarters and go win games in the fourth quarter. That's exactly what they did. They went out and took this game from Alabama in the fourth quarter with great adjustments by the coaches. More so, it was the players. It was the character of the players who wanted to finish. That was one of the things that Holly Rowe talked about. A lot of people were talking about, like the guys were talking about finishing on the sideline. Quinn was saying, we got to finish. We got to finish. And I think that's what we saw from this team. We saw this team finish. That was important. I'm glad they battled some adversity. I know if X-Man catches a touchdown, Jay Brooks catches a touchdown, they'd probably blow Bama out potentially.
Yeah.
I didn't want to see that. I like this. I like this script better. I like this win better than a potential blowout win over Bama. Some say that's crazy. No, because I wanted to see them battle adversity, right? Because it's not going to be easy. If they're going to go where we think they can go, you said it, E. They answered a lot of questions with that win over Bama. The biggest question they answered from the fans was, is it possible?
Yeah.
And
and how are they going to react when things aren't going their way? And they, they when they gave up the lead at 16-13, you thought, oh man, I mean, they should be up a couple scores here, and now they're trailing on the road, and maybe Milroe's getting something going. But no, they had the response, and as your guy Dion will say, Coach Prime, we ain't coming nowhere. We're here. We here. We here. And that's what Texas said. I mean, one of my favorite videos of the night was A.D. Mitchell. It was during a break, and it was ABC caught A.D. Mitchell doing the Cotton Eye Joe when they were playing the music. They were loose, man.
They were loose.
They were loose.
They
weren't tight over there. They were. I mean, he's doing the Cotton Eye Joe, and they're dancing. He and X-Man. They were having fun. But boy, your quarterback. You just heard Quinn Ewers in that montage. He was locked in. His coach, built a great game plan that they then executed. And boy, again, to salt off the last 7 minutes, to force Nick Saban to take all of his timeouts before the 5-minute mark and still run the ball for a couple more first downs and get him to jump off sides to end the ball game.
Yeah.
And it was all phases. It really was. Special teams was great outside of the Burt Auburn missed kick. Rod's going to have a rant here coming up, which will be deep dive conversations about the big win. First, though, Rod,
let's give props to all those great players that contributed because we still the list is so long.
Yeah,
we just got to go through.
When you win big games, there are a lot of heroes, right? There are a lot of guys that made that happen. Just like if you don't win the big games, there are a lot of goats, and that's the way that goes. But before we do, Rod, before we get into your rant, let's tell them about the Ironworkers.
Yes, no doubt. Our good friends over at Ironworkers Local 482. We know that Austin is a beautiful city. That's why we all love it. It's even more beautiful when Texas wins, especially like they won in Tuscaloosa. But it's a beautiful city, thanks in no small part to the skilled craftsmanship of Ironworkers Local Union 482. They've been helping shape Greater Austin for a long time, since 1935, and you see the labors of their love all over our great city and iconic, exquisite landmarks like DKR Stadium and the Pennybacker Bridge. And as our city continues to grow and thrive, so do our good friends at Ironworkers Local Union 482. They don't go to the office. They're the ones who actually build the office. So if you're thinking about a new career and you want something fresh, something new, something that will challenge you, maybe you want to feel valued by your employer, you can become a valued member of Ironworkers Local 482, and you'll accept the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself while helping shape Austin's economic development. Right now, they're hiring over 3,000 people for a huge project right here in Central Texas. You can become a member of Ironworkers Local 482 and take pride in the type of teamwork and craftsmanship that helps shape the future of our great city. So maximize your potential today and be your best self. Simply apply online at ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it around!
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, so like I said, I don't even know if we have enough time to give all the props, but we'll start on the offensive side of the ball, giving props, and I think Steve Sarkisian should get his credit for the game plan. It was a masterful, brilliant game plan by Steve Sarkisian. We'll get into it more in some of the X's and O's and behind the burn-ons curtain, but early down pass rate, usage of 12 personnel in the passing game, presenting power personnel packages, pivoting to pass principles, all that was great. But I want to talk about the players and what they did in this matchup, and starting with Quinn Ewers. I mean, this was his moment, right? We saw him go from caterpillar to butterfly before our very eyes in so many ways. One texter here says, I like seeing Ewers show emotion. I think we all did. I think we all like seeing him and show emotion because that inspires teammates, right? That's part of your duty as a quarterback is to inspire teammates. He's so comfortable now. You can tell he's inspiring teammates with his play. And I like that he's in control of his emotion. I saw the emotion, but I also saw him calm on the sideline, kicking it, He's calm. He's cool. I love the move of putting A.J. Milwee on the sideline now. Now he's got a confidant. He's got a quarterback nurturer on the sideline to go to if things go wrong. I just love the environment now they put him in. And Jerry Hamilton brought up a good point too, he's hit 12 games now officially.
Yeah.
Starting in college.
Started one full season in college football.
One full season of college football. Maybe we're just seeing the maturity and the growth now of him being in the same system with the same personnel. Obviously he was a new student at a new university last year too, probably being acclimated a lot more to his social scene. They talked about how, he's gotten more into his faith, that he's a little bit more grounded. It's so weird. I love that the stories of redemption were all kind of tied together in this game. Sark's story of redemption, Texas football story of redemption, even Quinn Ewers, I think to a certain extent, his story of redemption, and he definitely showed up. We talked about the commonality between the upsets in Tuscaloosa, and one of them, no doubt, probably the most common of those commonalities was your quarterback has to have a transcendent performance. If he's not going to be a transcendent player all season long, that day in Tuscaloosa, he needs to be the best version of himself. I think we saw the best version of Quinn Ewers.
Yeah. Well, and if it continues to get better, that's pretty crazy because he was stepping into throws. He had the good footwork. Man, when he plants and fires, man, this is what the NFL has long thought of, seen with Quinn Ewers. He's got one of those arms, right? He's got one of those howitzers that can just
can make every throw.
Make every throw. And some of them were, you're seeing a little off-platform stuff. I mean, the deep ball to X-Man was kind of a flick of the wrist. They put a lot of air under that one, let him run under it. How about the over-the-shoulder catch by A.D. Mitchell to seal the deal?
That's nice. Even the X-Man one was a tough catch.
Tough catch.
That's a tough catch over your head like that.
But I'm going to give you props, too, while we're handing them out. Your game plan for the week was on point, and they used short to intermediate passes, a lot of formations to get Quinn into the game and get him comfortable and get him, where he was in that groove and wasn't doubting himself. And that's really Sark's job. We talked about it a lot. He doesn't have a quarterback who can run, so his job as the play caller and the play designer is to create a clear picture for his quarterback. Mm-hmm. And you could tell Quinn Ewers never looked rattled in that regard,
he did
right?
Not.
He wasn't perfect. He made some throws that he'd want back, but at the same time, it never looked like the confused quarterback that we saw so often last year, and even at times in the Rice game. And by the way, Rice wouldn't beat Houston.
Yes, they did.
And Rice might be a little bit better than everybody thought they were.
And that was a damn good game plan they had against Texas. I think now everybody can admit that was a damn good game plan they had. I mean, they really kind of rattled Texas. Texas was vanilla. We know that. Now we know Sark was preparing for Bama doing that Rice week. Can we all admit it now? And it's fine. It's good. I'm happy he did it. I wanted him to do it. I just had to do it in the week. I said, I wouldn't prepare for Rice. We're going to beat Rice regardless, and y'all gonna complain and criticize. Even if we beat them by 47 points, y'all still going to find something y'all don't like about it. So to hell with that. We'll find a way to beat them. We'll beat them. No worries. But if I can spend that extra time to prepare for Bama and get this team really dialed into the details, think about it. The reason Quinn was so comfortable in those plays, he's been running them plays for the last 6 months. Spring football, they were running them plays. He was running them plays 2 weeks ago doing Rice Week. They've been running them plays for a long time. That's why he was so comfortable. That's why he knew, he was like, oh, no, I got this, baby. I know exactly where the checks are. I know exactly where the fail-safes are within the offense. That's why everybody was so comfortable. And honestly, now we can go to the other part, the offensive line.
Yeah.
I mean, coming off the Rice Week, we were all paranoid and freaking out about that offensive line. Going up against Bama after giving up 3 sacks versus Rice, I think we're all thinking, all right, we just hope they don't fall apart and implode like a dying star in that game and Quinn's running for his life. Not only that, I'll give you a stat. Texas offensive line is the only group since 2014 that allowed fewer than 3 quarterback pressures and 0 sacks in a single game against Alabama. Shout out to Hook'em Headlines, where I got it from, and they got it from Sports Info Solutions and Pro Football Focus. So that's pretty damn good. They're the first offensive line to allow fewer than 3 QB pressures and 0 sacks in a game against Bama since 2014. So that's a pretty damn good stat about them girls. That group was dialed in.
Well, and this is Coach Stephen Morf this past weekend. He, too, is a butterfly. Yes. Well, I mean, the one thing I'll say for Sark, and he can be heard as an excuse, year one, I don't think they had the depth, and in fourth quarters were not their strength. Last year, I don't know that he trusted his team and trusted his quarterback. And this was, he said all offseason, this looks like my team. Mm-hmm. This sounds like my team. I believe in this team. And you know what? He trusted them all the way through. And just never took his foot off the gas. I mean, there were some drives early in that third quarter where it kind of looked like they were stalling out. But, man, when they went on attack mode and they got into that tempo, and it was impressive to see them orchestrate that offense. And to combine that with the offensive line performance you just gave, the defense that held an Alabama team to 3.1 yards per carry, and really just gave up big explosive chunk plays to a quarterback who can create those, they really did a great job. The 5 sacks. Somebody said, how about Ethan Burke? Remember when, who was it? One of the offensive linemen called him Baby Bosa, and we all kind of said, hey, tap the brakes, Baby Bosa. Mm-hmm. Well, guess what? He's playing like Baby Bosa. I mean, he's wrecking really the edge. Anthony Hill Jr., freshman out of Denton, had a couple sacks. I mean, these guys were all over the place. Jalen Ford played his typically really good brand of football. Byron Murphy was outstanding. I mean, the whole defensive line. Let me ask you this now. When Sark went for it not once but twice on fourth down, not to nitpick Sark, but what say you? Were you?
I was fine with that.
You were?
Yeah, I was fine with that. Yeah, you talking about the one, was the JT Sanders catch? Just the one down in the red zone? Is that that's fourth down,
No,
right?
Remember, he went for it on fourth in the midfield. This is in the fourth quarter. Went for it on the fourth from the midfield. That's when the ball squirted out.
Okay.
And then they got the ball back as Jonathan Brooks pounced on it.
Yes,
then they went for it
push.
Again on fourth down again.
The tush push. Yeah.
But
I thought we went for the fourth down early on in the game, too.
They did, and they got it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I thought late in the game.
My point is, he was aggressive, and I was all for it. He came to win.
Yeah,
he did
aggressive
not come.
And all for it.
He did not come to stay in the game. He didn't want to coach to stay in the game. He came there. He coached to win. And that reverberates all throughout the team. The guys believe, no, coach, this is a winning game plan. We came here to win. And offensively, I think that's why you didn't see a lot of wide receiver rotation in that game, because Sark wanted to make sure that when he got the matchup he liked and the coverage he liked, that he also had the guys in there that he thought were best, the best suited to exploit whatever the coverage and matchup that was. That's why you saw heavy rotations of, X-Man, A.D. Mitchell, Jay Witt. Those guys really didn't come off the field much. I saw Jonte Cook out there a little bit, but
he got some time.
It's mostly he stayed with his frontline guys because he wanted to make sure when I got the matchup I like, we're going.
Yeah.
That we can go and it can dial up those plays, those money plays. So I love the way the wide receivers for Texas. I mean, Ohio State is the only one that may have a better group, man. This wide receiving group is really, really impressive considering
Ohio State,
Jay Witt.
They don't have this quarterback.
They don't have this quarterback. Yeah, that's a great point. Because if you consider JT Sanders, JT Sanders had over 100 yards receiving in this game. It was unbelievable in this game.
Well, it was everything we talked about going into the season. Is there are so many weapons that Sark's going to be able to attack the weakness, and they seem to find it every time.
They started doubling X-Man a lot of those big plays. They're doubling or rolling coverage toward X-Man, and that's what we talked about. It's like, man, well, everybody else, the numbers, it's a numbers game at its most rudimentary level. That's all football is, and you're presenting them with a mathematical equation they cannot solve. You can't double X-Man and double JT and load the box. Can't do it. You got to leave guys one-on-one.
Well,
you got A.D. Mitchell one-on-one. He out there eating.
Well, and the signs of a championship pedigree or DNA for a team, you're looking for them. And, Pat, last year they didn't win a championship because they didn't have the guts and the execution in the fourth quarter of games.
Mm-hmm.
In this game, not only did they lose the lead in the third quarter to go behind after controlling the game, they're down 16-13. After they took the lead and really reestablished, how many Longhorn fans weren't panicked when they gave up the 3rd and 17, and then 3 plays later, Alabama was in the end zone, and you're thinking, oh my gosh, we're going to do this again.
Yep.
They scored 14 points in 15 seconds.
They responded. Like 3
14
plays.
points in 15 seconds.
Yeah.
That is a response.
Yep.
That is, no, we're not coming. We're here.
Yep.
We're here. We've got the people, the personnel, but, no coach, no fan base knows what their team is until it's
tested.
It's the middle of a battle.
Adversity.
It's in the middle
That's
of a
why
battle.
I didn't want to see the blowout. I'm glad X-Man didn't catch the touchdown, and I'm glad Jay Brooks didn't catch. Now, if we lost, I'd have been singing a different tune this morning. But they did. They won. But I wanted to see the team tested. I wanted to see them face adversity. We knew they would on the road in Tuscaloosa. We said it. He was like, they got to win in the fourth quarter. Ain't no way you're going to go in there and just blow Bama out. Well,
No.
they actually had a chance to.
They had a chance to.
But they didn't. Because that's the reason it happens that way. So, and it flipped to the defense because I don't think we give enough love to the defense. Just one shout out to Quinn Ewers, though, one of the stat. 0 turnover-worthy passes. 0. In that game versus
Alabama.
Alabama.
Even close to
0.
an interception.
Yeah, everything was on point. But going back to Ethan Burke, the mechanic, I had someone on the chat at On Texas have a better name for him, Ethan Berserk, which I think is kind of cool. So maybe that can go. But the mechanic, he does. His first 2 games at Texas, 7 total tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 2 sacks. Should have had 3. Probably should have had 4 because he should have had 1 in the Rice game that he missed. And they gave him a tackle for loss in this game versus Bama, and it should have been considered a sack because they thought, I guess they considered Jalen Murrow a ball carrier, but he was still in the pocket. But he had started tucking the run before he tackled him, and they considered a tackle for loss. So he should have like 4 sacks. And he's 3rd amongst FBS edge rushers right now in Pro Football Focus pass rushing productive.
Man. Well, listen, Anthony Hill had 2 sacks and a tackle for a loss. Ethan Burke had the same. And that's a freshman and a redshirt freshman. These guys are going to be here, anchoring your D-line around those.
The SEC.
Yeah, that was a statement made. Jalen Catalon ended up being the Longhorn leading tackler with 6 total tackles, but it was a total team effort for sure, or 7 total tackles, I should say. We come back. Speaking of defense, we'll have our Viking Fence defensive play of the game and player. We'll also have more conversation about the Longhorns, the good, the bad, and the ugly from the weekend that included a Cowboys demolition of the New York Football Giants. We got a lot to do. It's just rolling along here. Rise and grind with us here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Yeah, there it is, your Viking Fence defensive play of the game. I'll let Rod pick the defensive player of the game here coming up. Thanks to our friends at Viking Fence, the premier fence company in Central Texas for 50-plus years, still locally owned and operated. But, man, they're expanding. If you're listening to our show on the app in Dallas or up and down I-35, they're expanding because the rooftops are popping. They need fences and fencing materials. Viking is the best. Give them a call or go to the website, vikingfence.com. They are going to take care of you. They're not expanding that they don't do anything more than fences. They just do fences better than anybody, but they'll do it a little further range now, down in San Antonio, up into Dallas. So get Viking Fence locked in at vikingfence.com. Rod, who was the defensive player of the game for you on Saturday?
Yeah, honestly, it's hard not to go with Anthony Hill for me. Just the splash plays that he made. Ethan Burke can be in that conversation too. Like I said, I think they shortchanged him on a sack. He probably would be that guy for me too. But, man, Anthony Hill playing the spy position and rushing off the edge, he's going to be a problem. 6 tackles, 6 defensive stops, 2 sacks. Ended up with 1 quarterback hurry, 4 quarterback pressures, 3 run stops, and he was playing situationally. He wasn't out there like every down. He was playing like situationally. They're putting him out there.
Snaps played chart coming up.
Ooh,
but
he's going to be a problem, man.
Well,
So
and when he's true freshman, and that one of his sacks came right over the top of Caden Proctor, the other true freshman playing left tackle.
And you see that bend he had on there?
Oh, the abuse.
How close he got to the ground, that hip bend. Oh, man. He's a natural speed rusher. He doesn't have moves yet. He's just coming off the edge, speed rushing. Imagine when they start giving him some pass rush moves.
Work on that in the offseason. Just let him rush the passer.
Yeah,
because if he can bring that, because there's no quarterback going to outrun him.
No,
he's kind of a little bit like Micah Parsons. When he gets free, he's got the speed and the closing speed to close you down. You're even a Jalen Milroe, and that's. And by the way, I know you went back and rewatched it when I was doing the Inside Texas watch with us in game. And
that was a success.
Huge numbers.
Yeah,
a lot
numbers.
of folks tuning in for that.
Yeah, it was fun.
And thanks to Viking Fence for being a part of that with me and Dr. Greg Eckert and Classic Collision helping me with that. That's the On Texas Watch with Us on their YouTube page, man, and YouTube channel. And it's really, really fun. But we look to me, and you went and rewatched it, then Anthony Hill was early in the game, in most game used as one of the spies.
Yes, he was.
On Jalen Milroe. Mm-hmm. And he could run him down. Then there were a couple of times where David Benda would be the spy, and he didn't have the speed to keep him off the corner.
Yeah.
Anthony Hill would run him down. That was that he and Ethan Burke just bring a new dimension to this defense that we know they're stout. We know they're physical. Jalen Ford's a great player. Jalen Catalon's a really good heady player, but man, these guys are those splash players that make those plays that change games.
Yeah, you got havoc-minded players now, right? Havoc plays or literally plays that attract splash plays on defense. Forced fumbles, interceptions, sacks, tackles for loss, PBUs, those types of things. And that's what Anthony Hill and Ethan Burke are. And remember, going into the season, there was concern that we didn't know if Texas was going to have any edge rushers, right? They were trying to fill that was a void on the team. They were trying to fill that void that Barron Sorrell could provide some of that, but they might have to moneyball their edge rushing presence and might have to figure out a way to create and manufacture pressure from the edges. Well, now you don't. Now you found out that Ethan Burke's a player. Ethan Burke can not only on the edge rush the passer, but he can stop the run on the edge too. Love the way they use him. My man Jerry Hamilton talks about it all the time. He one of the great lacrosse players out there. So they have been a 2-point stance a lot of times because of a lacrosse player, and he's huge. 6'5", whatever he is.
6'6", long arms.
Yeah, usually a guy like that, you're worried about pad level. You're like, man, I got to get this guy's pad level low. I definitely don't want him playing in a 2-point. He's already tall enough. I wonder if he can get his pad level, but he's naturally good with his pad level, naturally plays low because of his lacrosse, but he's great. His eyes, he gets his vision, it gets to see everything, and the line of sight for him is really important in him making plays, and he can, we can see him shed blockers. We can see him take on contact, absorb contact with his eyes still up. So that's why they like him in that 2-point stance, and he's really good. So now you have first world problems at the edge position. It's like, okay, so what do I do with this young prodigy at Anthony Hill? Should I play him situationally, or do I need to get him out there to try to expedite his development because you got Barron Sorrell and you got Ethan Burke now. Now you don't have an emergency issue at the edge position. Like you said, you got first world problems there now. Like I said, we didn't expect, and Alfred Collins. I mean, that's another guy that they can throw out there too. They play different packages. I've seen them play that kind of 3 defensive tackle package, where it's like Murphy, Sweat, and Collins out there, and then they have 2 bookend overhang edges, like an Anthony Hill or someone else. Well,
and I heard Sark after the Rice game make this comment that, in studying the best teams in the country, and he used Georgia as the example, they play a lot of people on defense. They don't. They rotate a lot of guys in a lot of places. And I know that wasn't your way back in the day, Rod, but his study of it has said that, you're fresher in games and then you're fresher at the end of the year. Mm-hmm. So that's where you see that they got some guys with some stats, but they're also playing so many people, even in Alabama, and you're not seeing a drop-off in performance. I mean, they blew some coverages. Both coaches did a good job, because with the Xavier Worthy touchdown pass and the touchdown pass that they threw over the top of Jaron Thompson, both times they came out a bunch, and both times they got the speedster locked up on a safety. And that's just going to be a mismatch for most any safety, Rod. Mm-hmm. But they got Jermaine Burton on the Longhorn safety, Jaron Thompson. Sark did the same thing with X-Man and got him into the secondary and got him locked up on the safety, and that's going to be a mismatch every single time.
Yeah.
But again, overall, the defense played great.
Yeah, and I'm with you. I could, we'll do that later on in the week, where Alabama exploited Texas and where they were vulnerable. And some of those issues actually, persisted from last season, that they're attacking some of those vulnerabilities for the Texas defense. But I thought they played so well. I think they just kept Alabama from really being able to establish an identity offensively. They were grasping at straw. They were just trying to figure out what to work.
Jalen Milroe. Yeah, he had to be everything.
Yeah, exactly. He basically played a lot of hero ball, essentially.
Which would have been your game plan going in. Can we make Jalen Milroe have to carry that offense? Don't let the run game get cranking up. And I think they did a heck of a job of that.
Thought they should have used more quarterback run game. I thought there would be more quarterback design runs, and there actually weren't.
Yeah. And most of them was kind of ad lib stuff for him that made plays.
Scrambling.
I would also say that around college football, we'll get back to the NFL and the Cowboys' big win last night as well here on Ian Rod B, trying to cover ground. But man, the around college football, there were a lot of blowouts. There were a lot of mismatches in week 3. Georgia played Ball State, and Penn State played Delaware, but as far as impressive teams, I thought Notre Dame going at NC State, Rod, and waiting out a rain delay, and then Sam Hartman throwing 4 more touchdown passes. I mean, that's impressive. Notre Dame's already got 3 wins on the board, and this kid can play at quarterback. They're a team to watch. And obviously, Colorado now 2-0 for Deion Sanders, and what they did in Nebraska, the defense
just dismantled Nebraska.
Was maligned after even the win against TCU because they gave up 42 points. Defense was much better. Nebraska's quarterback is awful. He is just as bad as it gets. But either way, Colorado took advantage of that. They're now 2-0 going to Colorado State. And, man, that's the exciting part. I mean, unfortunate for the future of the Pac-12, but the now of the Pac-12, man, they got some heavyweight games. You realize Colorado plays Colorado State this week.
Mm-hmm.
Then they go to Oregon.
Yep, that'll be
then they host USC.
They'll have 4 nationally televised games within the first 5.
Isn't the game against Colorado State College Game Day this week?
It is. I think they're going out there to be with Deion.
Is it really? So you're going 5?
Yeah, they're going to be.
Yeah, they're going 5 nationally televised games in a row.
Oh yeah, ESPN's coming.
That's when has that ever happened to anybody? What school gets that?
No, Deion.
Damn,
Coach Prime.
That is wild, man.
Well, that Oregon game because
that's
the way they
wild. Well, yeah, just because of the way you're playing, the way Oregon's
Bo
playing.
Nix.
Yeah, and they'll be ranked. Is Colorado ranked yet?
They are
ranked
they're
after week 1.
Yeah, they're 18.
So there you go.
They're
okay.
18. Yeah.
Wow. There you go. If that didn't make it worth it just to get primetime in there alone, you went from irrelevance. You talk about 1-win team, and now the next season you have 5 straight nationally televised games. That's crazy. That is wild, man. I cannot believe that.
Well, and guess what? It's a tough road because I mean. Nebraska is – Matt Rule's got work to do there. They're really not a good football team. They're now 0-2. And they'll beat Colorado State, and then they'll be 3-0, and then we'll find out, right? We'll find out just where they are because Colorado will play at Oregon, then USC comes to town with Lincoln Riley and all that firepower and Caleb Williams.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Those are sexy matchups, Rod. I mean, those are big-time sexy matchups.
We're all going to be watching. Like I said, half the country is watching because they want to see Deion fail. The other half's watching because they're primetime fans and they love that Dion's shaking things up in college football.
We hear.
So that's why why it's a story that transcends from the sports page to the front page.
I would also say impressive in college football. Kansas State. I know they had a game they should, but the Troy Trojans are not a bad team out of the Sun Belt. They're a pretty good team. And K-State, of course, won the Big 12 a year ago.
Mm-hmm. Kleiman's a hell of a coach. Will Howard's a good quarterback.
We talk. I mean, everything we said in the offseason about them is true. I mean, they bring back their whole offensive line. They brought in a transfer running back from Florida State that's really good, and they ran it up this week. I mean, the state of Texas is pretty much hot garbage right now in the Big 12 because seriously, Baylor's 0-2 and Dave Aranda's in trouble. That's a game they had up. They were up 13-3 on that game and gave up 14 fourth quarter points to lose that in Waco. That's not optimal. Iowa beat Iowa State. We know Iowa State's not going to be very good this year. But, man, Oklahoma beat SMU, but it was a close game into the fourth quarter. I mean, they had to pull away and win 28-11 was your final score. And I did think SMU had a chance to play that close, and they did, but then too much Oklahoma depth
Oklahoma
there.
Defense, man.
Yeah,
Oklahoma defense looks good.
Well, Brett Venables is a defensive guy. Just like Steve Sarkisian is going to get the offense right here at Texas as he adds the pieces he wants, and we saw that Saturday. Brett Venables is going to get the defense right because I think we're seeing how much Dabo Swinney misses Brett Venables at Clemson right now and some of those other assistant coaches he has lost. Yeah, Houston lost to Rice in overtime, 43-41. That's not good.
Rice building it up.
Cincinnati had a nice win at Pittsburgh. Beat the Panthers, Pitt Panthers 27-21. But, man, that game was wild out in Lubbock. That game was where I was doing the Inside Texas Watch With Us broadcast. I had another TV next to it that was up on the wall, and it was that Oregon Tech game, and it was crazy. It was a back-and-forth game with a lot of big plays. Bo Nix threw for 359 yards and 2 touchdowns. And if you were a gambler, I took Texas Tech in the points. And I had it covered, Rod, until 15 seconds to go. And then Tyler Shuck got sacked, fumbled, and returns for a touchdown.
Brutal.
So they win by 8, not 1. It was 31-30 at the time.
So Tech can score, though. They just can't stop anybody? Is that the problem we're dealing with the Red Raiders?
Not in big moments. I mean, Oregon scored 20 fourth-quarter points. And obviously, Rod, they're bumming down at College Station. And I know the Longhorn fans get to gloat about the big win at Alabama, and the Aggies are not good.
I mean,
Jimbo Fisher watch is officially on.
That was the best part about my Saturday is I watched that game. I was at an Aggie household with about 10 of them, me and one of my friends who are Longhorns, obviously, and got to watch the Aggies lose with all of them, have them so sad, and then be like, oh, you're going to get crushed by Alabama.
Well, we were out at the field house, and they had it on. A lot of Aggies were out there, actually, right before the Texas game, and they cleared out, and it was a sad state of affairs for that group, man. It
was bumming.
They were bumming. And then they got to witness Texas essentially match, or I would say match, they actually exceed their greatest achievement in their SEC tenure there, which is beating Alabama, and Texas ain't even got to the SEC yet officially and already did it in more impressive fashion than the Aggies did it. So they're probably like, what the hell? You got to be kidding. Did you see Dalen Mack going off?
Dalen Mack.
He's an Aggie. He's D lineman.
Yeah.
I'll go get his tweets. I don't know if he deleted them yet, but he was going off.
On Jimbo?
Yeah. Basically, after Texas won, he just started going off about Texas and Texas A&M and where the state of the programs now. Yeah.
I'm listening. I mean, Jimbo Fisher. This is Jimbo Fisher. This is kind of a put up or shut up year for him. And Bobby Petrino comes in. The offense was not the problem in that game. It was they gave up 48 points and a long kick return.
Yeah.
I mean, you're 6 years in now, and your program's still mediocre. That is not what $75 or $80 million should be getting you. Jimbo Fisher, he was mediocre at Florida State at the end too, and now he's just proven to be a mediocre coach at A&M for the first 6 years.
This is what Dalen Mack tweeted out after the game. Bro, we can't allow Texas to have momentum coming into the SEC next year. ... Everything would be undone. ... Everything would be undone.
What's been done? What's been done?
Well, the little they've done would be undone. It's like, there you go. He also said, Texas about to beat Alabama on a day. We gave a 50-piece to Miami, all while they're entering the SEC next year. ... Recruiting pitches about to be outrageous, bruh.
Yeah.
Thanks for that, Dalen Mack.
Thanks for saying that. That's probably true.
He's paranoid, man. They paranoid.
What did he say, a 50-piece? I love that.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
Tyler Van Dyke, 374 yards and 5 touchdowns. A 27-point second half for Miami.
So it wasn't a 50-piece. It was a 48-piece. It was close.
Well, it really was jump-started with that 98-yard kick return that changed the game, where it felt like the Aggies were in control, because the Aggies controlled the game, and then second half, all Miami. And you know what? You know who else they miss at A&M? I'll say this, and because Jimbo Fisher, he's got DJ Durkin now coaching his defense. He had Mike Elko. And when they had Mike Elko, and now he's at Duke, and he just beat Clemson at Duke, Mike Elko, they miss him a lot.
That's a great point.
Because I think he's one of the best DCs, and now he's a head coach in the country. And DJ Durkin, whether he's at Maryland or now at Texas A&M, is an average defensive coordinator.
Because talent's not the issue with the Aggies. We know this now. Because y'all been recruiting like gangbusters. NIL prowess is well known. You've been doing really well there. So there's talent there. Talent's not the issue. We're talking about coaching and culture.
And development.
And talent development.
Yeah. Sark is showing all that.
Yes, he is.
Longhorns checked a lot of boxes on Saturday. We'll continue to talk about it with you. It's Ian Rod B. Ty is here as well. Coming back, a little bullish or BS from around the landscape. We'll get that for you. Plus, talking Texas football all morning long here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers.
Austin, Texas Sports. The Horn.
Time for a little bullish or BS. Before the top of the hour, we'll get back into the Deep Dive Texas conversation coming up next hour as well, including Rod's Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain as we're talking all things 34-24 Texas. Also, really bullish, Rod, on a couple things. Bullish on my new smile from Dr. Greg Eckert. Look, you're watching the Twitch. I got the new.
Well done, brother.
Did that yesterday
like
on Friday afternoon. I spent
like
all afternoon there. But, man, he said I had the slight sedation, so I wasn't nervous. And I kind of slept through a lot of it, actually, when he rebuilt and restored my teeth.
Best way to get your dental work done is to sleep
not
through
nervous,
it.
yeah. Well, I wasn't out like that. It was just like
you relaxed.
It was the Dr. Eckert cocktail. It was.
I want one of them cocktails.
Couple little pills, and it kind of relaxed me, and then a little nitrous. That was good, baby. I was flying, and now feeling good.
Nice.
Got the new smile, and you can too. Dr. Eckert has restored over 1,000 of these cases, and mine's just the latest. Also, have to be bullish on the new YouTube Sunday Ticket. Big fan of that.
You like it, huh?
Big fan.
Cut the cord.
I did the deed and got it. I haven't cut the cord yet with DirecTV, but I'm going to. I'm going to negotiate with them.
Be
today.
done with it. Right on.
But I still have the DirecTV for internet, so I may try
the
to
wireless,
cut that package way back and just keep the internet. Because the other thing I like about DirecTV is I can watch the games on my laptop anywhere I am, but I can do that with YouTube too. So yeah, YouTube's good. And by the way, the YouTube where you can watch the Inside Texas on Texas channel is pretty cool as well.
Well done, brother.
So easy. What are you bullish on, Rod Babers, when you come out of this weekend? In addition to the Longhorns, because we're all pretty bullish on what we saw Saturday night.
Everybody's pretty bullish on Longhorns. Hey, guys, I got to admit, I did pick Miami to win that division. Bullish on Tua and his performance. Man, that Miami offense, guys, it might be the most explosive offense in the league. You know,
Tyreek Hill is uncoverable.
They average over 8 yards per play. That's crazy. That's insane. 466 passing yards for Tua last night. Fourth most passing yards in a season opener in NFL history. Yeah, that offense is going to be a problem. If Tua stays healthy, not only are they going to win that division, in my opinion, I think, honestly, they could compete with Kansas City. They may give Kansas City a little run for their money in the AFC.
Tua is so accurate, 466. Ooh. And here's the problem for the Chargers. You're BS on this. You're not bullish on their defense. Man. All the dropbacks, they didn't sack him one time.
Yeah, what's up with Staley? I thought he's a defensive guy.
They didn't sack him one time in 45 dropbacks.
Didn't they spend a lot of money on their defense?
Khalil Mack. They got the other Bosa.
They have the third highest investment on defense in the NFL with contracts totaling $142 million per year. Highest paid safety, third and sixth highest paid edge rushers, ninth highest paid
Staley
at corner.
Go.
And they got lit up on defense. Give Kellen Moore. It's why Kellen Moore went there. He's like, I'll be the head coach in like 2 years.
Props to Tua, too, because remember, there were a lot of those in L.A. that were bumming that they didn't take, or Miami that they didn't take Justin Herbert back in the draft and took
back to back.
Tua outplayed him. Also, how about the Dallas Cowboys? You mean I'm pretty sure I don't know that I've seen a faster team right now. The Cowboys are so fast.
He built it on speed.
The Cowboys generated pressure on 23 of the 37 dropbacks for Daniel Jones, 62% of the time.
That's crazy.
Fourth highest pressure rate in the game since 2019. At 8 defenders, generate multiple pressures, including 4 with at least 5. Micah Parsons led the way with 6. The offense didn't even have to do anything. That's a Dak-friendly offense when you don't have to do anything offensively. You were up 19-0 at the end of the first half, and the offense hadn't done anything. That was impressive, really. But I would also say, thank you to YouTube and the ticket, I did watch the 49ers demolition of the Steelers, and that was humbling. That's a Steelers team that people think is going to be pretty good this year. That very well could have been a shutout, Rod. The only touchdown that the Steelers scored came on a drive that was extended by a personal foul. They were about to get off the field at the end of the first half.
That's amazing.
Personal foul was called, and that extended the drive, and they had the one-touch Kenny Pickett touchdown to Freiermuth, the tight end. That was it. Or that very well would have been a shutout. You'd have the Cowboys and Niners with shutouts week 1. That's how good they were. Both on the road, both against great organizations and teams, right? The Steelers and the Giants, that's no fluke. That's for real. Those two are really good.
Yeah, we did give that stat earlier, speaking of the road teams in the NFL for week 1, 12-3 against the spread right now. First time since 2006 there have been 12-plus road covers in week 1. How about this, bullish or BS? Because it's just this random college football-related nugget. Do you know that Mike Gundy has been using 3 quarterbacks in his first 2 games?
I have not watched any of that.
He's for the second straight game, Mike Gundy used 3 quarterbacks in Oklahoma State win at Arizona State. When they asked him about it, he was like, we just rotate them through. Like he said, like Garrett Rangel was up, Alan Bowman was up, and Gunnar Gundy was up. So now we just get Bowman up, Gunnar up, and Rangel up, just like in kindergarten with a single foul line. He's just playing 3 quarterbacks in his first 2 games. Nobody in the country is doing that. Mike Gundy is wild, man. This dude is wild.
He's always off the nose, isn't he?
He's crazy. But you know what? They're winning.
They're winning.
It's crazy.
They're winning.
No, but I'm not bullish. That's BS. I'm not bullish on that.
Ty, you pretty bullish on your Cowboys?
Yeah, what do you think?
What do you think?
I enjoyed that
more
than I've enjoyed. That was the best Cowboys game I've watched in the past 3 years.
Well, it was dominating.
Nice statement. I like that.
Remember they had the 40-3 beat down to the Vikings last year. They can do this. We know that the bar is those 49ers come playoff time. And the Eagles had to hold on to win, but I thought the Eagles were pretty impressive. You're playing a Bill Belichick team on Tom Brady Day and a team that Belichick had all offseason to get his defense ready for your offense. And they still won that game 25-20.
When's the last time we were this high on the Horns and the Cowboys after a weekend?
I'll let the audience tell us. I don't know.
Great texter.
And the Aggies lost. Perfect sports weekend.
It's true.
And the Aggies
You
lost.
need the Eagles to
And
lose.
Baylor
That would have
lost.
made it good. The Eagles would have lost.
And Baylor lost. And Tech lost.
Yeah. Oh, Tech losing his shit. That is so sweet. That is fantastic. The only way Joey can save his season now is to beat Texas at the end of it.
Joey might want to stop talking now.
Oh, he stopped talking after Wyoming put it on him. Yeah, he stopped talking.
We'll be back. We roll on. It's Hook 'em Up with E and Rod B. We'll reset those headlines. If you want to hear the highlights of that big Longhorn win, they're coming next.
We're rolling take A. We're rolling take over 5. Double tap.
It's 8:03 on a Monday, and 22 years ago this day, right about right now, the second plane struck the World Trade Center. The plane had hit the first building about 15 or 20 minutes earlier at 8:46. Of course, we had suicide flights crash in the Pentagon and in the woods of Pennsylvania. 2,792 people died in the World Trade Center attacks. Terrorist attacks on our country 22 years ago this morning, and we will never forget, Rod. Never forget.
No doubt the sacrifices for those first responders, and honestly, all the folks who were inspired to join the fight and really become members of our military and serve our military as a result of that tragic event. It was really inspiring at that time, and the country was united.
Yeah.
At that time, because we understood the sacrifices and commitment that were made on the part of those who were inspired by the patriotism of others and the ultimate sacrifice of others who gave their life.
Yeah, and those who serve on the daily today as well, that are still fighting that fight and running into problems when people are running out of problems. I mean, that's really what it's about, and the bravery of those people. But we'll never forget. And obviously, we got this text that says, Horns beat Bama by double digits at T-Town. Aggies, Baylor, and Tech lose. Cowboys shut out the Giants. My baby girl's 13 today. Life is good. Life is good.
Amen, brother.
Without a doubt. So be excited, but also never forget and remember those 2,700, almost 2,800 people who lost their lives. And it should be quite a scene tonight. Aaron Rodgers and the Jets hosting the Buffalo Bills tonight with Josh Allen. There'll be a pretty.
It'll be definitely like a moving tribute.
Has to be
of some.
It's in New York.
Type. Yeah,
it's Monday Night Football.
Yeah, it'll be very emotional. I'm sure.
Sure. And then they're going to go play a football game this evening, and a pretty big one too. They get to see the debut of. Put it on the table now. We just did Bullish or BS. Are you predicting good things from Aaron Rodgers tonight? I know the people. There are those. It's kind of like the Deion Sanders thing. There's people going to tune in to see him do well. There's people rooting against him because they think he's pain in the butt, and it's just Aaron Rodgers. Where are you on A-Rod? Do you think we had a good performance tonight?
I got him in the playoffs, so I don't know how. I think it starts off relatively well. I think the offensive line is going to be a problem for them until they can figure some things out and really gain some continuity and cohesion on that offensive line. But Aaron Rodgers, considering what they've had at quarterback there with the Jets in the last few years and what Garrett Wilson was able to do without, a franchise quarterback there, still able to get 1,000 yards in a Rookie of the Year campaign, I think it's actually going to end up looking pretty good for the Jets. I think it's going to end up looking pretty good offense. Defensively, they're a top 5 defense.
Yeah, and that's
defensively,
where
they'll stay in every game defensively.
Yeah, Josh Allen will be the key in that one. And hey, by the way, the Green Bay Packers looked pretty good yesterday without Aaron Rodgers. They beat the Bears 38-20, and Jordan Love
3 touchdowns.
Running game, Aaron Jones scored 3 touchdowns. Yeah, they're different, but they're still pretty darn good. And the Bears are still the Bears.
Could it be possible that they could end up having 3 great quarterbacks in a row? Brett Favre to Rodgers, and then Jordan Love's one of those guys too.
Well, that was a bad day. Well, I don't know if he's going to be that elite, but their team is good.
He's
right?
not going to be trash.
He doesn't have to carry the
Some
team.
people are thinking like he's going to be trash. You got to bench him, and it's going to be a wasted pick. He's going to be a bust. That's not going to be the case. Now, whether he can be a Hall of Fame caliber quarterback, I don't know if we're having that discussion. But he's not going to be a trash failed experiment like people thought.
I think he's got like a Dak Prescott, Kirk Cousins ceiling.
Oh,
yeah, we'll see.
That's pretty damn good ceiling.
That's good.
Yeah, that's
but
good.
Not Hall of Fame.
Yes, agreed.
Hey, let's get to the headlines. Then we're talking Texas football, bullish or BS on those conversations for sure. But let's get the other news of the morning. Then we're talking UT. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bringing it to you this morning as usual. How about we talk about the big news for the Longhorns? Up to number 4 now in this week's AP Top 25 after that emphatic win at Bama Saturday. The Longhorns cracked the top 5 for the first time since 2010, and they didn't stay there that long back in 2010. Started the season at number 5. Alabama fell back to 10. K-State, your next highest ranked team in the AP at 15. Oklahoma comes in at number 19. Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers named the Walter Camp Offensive Player of the Week nationally for his performance, 349 yards, 3 touchdowns, 2. He came in that big 21-point fourth-quarter outburst for the Longhorns that helped them snap Alabama's 21-game home winning streak. NFL, break up those Dallas Cowboys. What a performance last night. They went on to Broadway and put on the most impressive performance in the league in Week 1. They absolutely devoured the Giants 40-0. The first Week 1 shutout in the NFL in nearly a quarter century. Cowboys were up 19-0 after the first quarter on a blocked field goal for a score, then a fumble return for a touchdown. They rolled from there. The swarming Cowboys defense held Giants quarterback Daniel Jones to just 104 yards. He threw 2 picks, was sacked 7 times. Also in Week 1, Bijan Robinson and Roschon Johnson both scored their first career touchdowns. Bijan scored for the Falcons first 6 points on an 11-yard catch and run. Made a couple guys miss, of course. He helped lead Atlanta to a win over Carolina. Rojo scored from a yard out, but the Bears lost to Green Bay. Also from the local front, former Lake Travis star Baker Mayfield led Tampa to a big Week 1 win at Minnesota. San Francisco went into Pittsburgh and steamrolled the Steelers. Baltimore spoiled DeMeco Ryans' debut as the Texans head coach. Baltimore beats Houston 25-9. Philadelphia Eagles ruined Tom Brady's day in New England. They built a big lead and held on 25-20. How about this score? Cleveland 24, Cincinnati 3. Joe Burrow held to 82 yards passing. Also on the surprise note, Rams went into Seattle and knocked off the Seahawks 30-13. Marquee matchup tonight is Jets and Bills on Monday Night Football. Major League Baseball, Astros now 2.5 games up on Seattle in the AL West. They took 2 out of 3 from the Padres this weekend. Seattle lost 3 out of 4 in Tampa. Rangers took 2 of 3 from the A's, but they're 3 games back of Houston. Rangers opening a critical 4-game series tonight in Toronto. Blue Jays currently lead Texas by a half game for the final wild card spot in the American League. And in tennis, historic night at the U.S. Open. The incredible Novak Djokovic defeated Daniil Medvedev in straight sets. He claims his 24th major championship and matches Margaret Court for the most Grand Slam singles title in the sport's history.
Gets it out quickly, but makes a pick. It's intercepted. Janae Barron makes the kind of takeaway Texas needed and the kind of mistake that Saban was worried about with the inexperienced quarterback. Just didn't see it. So Texas back in Bama territory. Ewers from the pocket. Now he'll loft one downfield. A ton of air running underneath it. Worthy's got it for a touchdown. Ewers still has it and finds his tight end, Sanders. Big man, rumbling free, gets a block, stiff arm. Lowers the shoulder. What a run after the catch for this athletic tight end from Texas. Play fake, Ewers, slant, touchdown, Mitchell. What a response by Texas.
On display tonight, battling in year 3.
Bill Rowe delivers right into the hands of the Longhorn. Intercepted by Jaron Thompson. His second mistake. He steps out inside the 10. Worthy in motion. Brooks fights to the end zone, and Texas quickly cashes in to build the lead. What an incredible turnaround. Lewis in the pocket, launching downfield. Mitchell, touchdown Texas! Or not. Or they hand it off and pick up the first down and perhaps end the game. Brooks with a burst.
Texas has beaten Alabama in Tuscaloosa here in a Week 2 massive, colossal college football matchup that'll have implications for months and months this college football season.
I'm so proud of my team. You know, our defense, we balled out. I'm fired up for the rest of the way. Fired up. This opportunity goes once in a lifetime. You better lose it.
All right, now, we don't do this often because it's radio. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but I do think that the Longhorns are deserving of a standing ovation. So I'm going to give it to them. There you go.
Get on up, Rod.
Standing up, baby.
Stand up on the
There you go. I mean, I know you can't see it on Twitch, probably looking at our crotch right now, but in radio, sometimes you got to give it up, and I'm glad to eat the crow. I didn't pick the Longhorns to win, but I enjoyed that victory as much as anybody. That was a great victory for Texas for a lot of reasons. I'm trying to think of the last time Texas had a win that was that satisfying for Longhorn fans. And honestly, if you're talking about just satisfaction, I don't think they've had a more satisfying win than that since the national title game.
Oh, man.
Satisfaction. I'm talking about it's satisfying because it exercised so many demons. I mean, the downward spiral of Texas football started with Bama.
Yeah.
It started with their ascent. Your descent started with their ascent. Like, it literally goes all the way back there symbolically. This was, like I said, to me, it seemed like there was almost an exorcism. This was cathartic for Longhorn fans. Right? It was
a good word. It's a good word.
Right? It was cathartic because for so many, we talk about the Kool-Aid all the time, drinking the Kool-Aid. Is it Kool-Aid or is it Flavor Aid? Right? Every year we got to answer that question. Last year, we thought we were drinking the Kool-Aid. Texas Tech beat you and you go, damn, it's not Kool-Aid. It's Flavor Aid. It's not the Kool-Aid we thought it was. Because the Kool-Aid, the point of the Kool-Aid is, if you're drinking the Kool-Aid, you believe it's possible for that team, all right, to reach the ultimate level of expectation and to meet the standard of Texas football. The standard is really high, right? The standard is double-digit wins and competing for championships. And the expectations usually are pretty high, too. Sometimes the standard meets the expectation. This is one of those seasons. And for Texas fans, there is no better and more impressive place to win in college football than in Tuscaloosa.
No place harder.
No place harder. You can't beat Nick Saban's team without talent. You know they're one of the more talented teams in the country. Now, are they the Bamas of old that we're accustomed to seeing that's got first-round picks all throughout the offense and defense? I don't know if they're that Bama team. Not this year. Texas ain't the only loss that Bama's got on the schedule. They're going to have another one. Maybe a couple of more, actually, on that schedule. But I think it was cathartic for Texas and satisfying because that's the toughest place to play in the country, toughest place to go win in the country. Texas fans hadn't seen this team go win a game like that in the fourth quarter, and they had to go take it in the fourth quarter. And Quinn Ewers had his butterfly moment where he went from caterpillar to butterfly right before our very eyes on the big stage versus Alabama. It was, even for Sark, it was an exorcism of sorts because you're exercising all those demons. For Texas, the redemption of Texas and Sark, to me, they are linked, right? They are connected, and that's why I loved it, because I think, and rather, a redemption of Texas football. We're trying to bring back the Texas football brand. It needs to be feared and respected and not mocked and ridiculed. And after that win, you demanded fear and respect out of your peers and out of the college football fandom. And you weren't mocked and ridiculed like Texas has been over the last decade plus. That's why I think it was more satisfying, just as satisfying, or maybe
it's a good word, satisfied.
You know what I mean? More satisfying than any other win, except for the, since the 2005 national title game.
Well, and you just have to everything we talked about. This wasn't as good of an Alabama team. It was a really talented Texas team. They had the players to do it. They did it. And but because this is one of those. Somebody said the Columbus win at Ohio State in 2005 was like this. It's true, but you know what? That win in Columbus, I was on the sidelines for that game. It culminated with a national championship, and I don't know if this team is going there, but that win allows you to dream big, right? It changes your mindset of okay, we wanted to win the Big 12 championship in our final. Well, now you want to do both, and now with that win on the road, you're a college football playoff team. If you handle your business, because three of the previous 5 quarterbacks to beat Nick Saban in T-Town won the Heisman Trophy. Cam Newton, Johnny Manziel, and Joe Burrow. 2 won a national championship, and here's the key now. And I know you said this earlier, Rod, that you can't play to that level every week because you had months to prepare for that game.
You can play at that level, but it's hard to prepare
at that level.
And game plan for that level.
Now becomes the challenge for Sark. Can they do it week in, week out? That's the bar now, right? Mm-hmm. Can they keep it there? And a special season develops, not just a huge win, a huge satisfying win. That becomes the challenge for Sark. And guess what? That win included checking a lot of boxes, but it also included a lot of things they can still coach through, Rod, this week. There's a lot to coach on in that game.
It's not a perfect game.
Wasn't a perfect game.
It was not a perfect game. Actually, I went back and watched it, and it actually had Texas made a lot of mistakes in that game, especially early on. That's the beauty of it, right? They found a way to finish in spite of them not playing a perfect game, Alabama coming back to take the lead late in the game, facing adversity in the fourth quarter. My favorite part of the rewatch I'm going to go back and watch it again because I'm going to go watch the line play specifically next time I go back and rewatch it. But I watched a lot of the players that we gave props to, that we gave flowers to for having phenomenal performances versus Bama and Tuscaloosa, face adversity early on in that game, and it did not psychologically deter them, right? It didn't distract them from their ultimate mission. X-Man had to drop early on, and Longhorn fans saying, X-Man with a drop. Could have been a touchdown. And you know the negativity, I'm sure the vitriol coming out for X-Man, because that reminded Longhorn fans of last season. The regression. There go X-Man. Okay, here we go again. Jalen Catalon, but then, of course, X-Man bounces back, catches the deep touchdown pass, and we know it ends up becoming one of the heroes of that game. Jalen Catalon missed a big tackle early on Jalen Muro in the open field, and it was a highlight play for Jalen Muro. Everybody got hype about it, and it was not foreshadowing. It was not an omen of other things to come. Jalen Catalon led the team in tackles because after that, he got his, and that was earlier on. I think it was like the first or second drive. He got his mind right, and then he refocused, right? Ethan Burke, I saw him miss a play early on and lose contain on Jalen Muro. I didn't see it after that. Right? I saw it that one time, and then I didn't see it after that. After that, Ethan Burke became potentially a defensive player of the game. He was in that conversation. Jade Barron, he had a blitz early on, I think it was on first down. He loses contain on the edge. Jalen Muro gets a first down, like a 10-yard gain, and everybody's thinking, oh, man, Jalen Muro, he's about to get it going with his legs, and that didn't happen again. Jade Barron, he bounced back, got an interception literally that same drive. Gets an interception a couple of plays later. A.D. Mitchell, remember, he had the fumble early on the reverse. Put the ball on the ground. Thinking to myself, oh, man, that is not good. A.D. Mitchell comes back, ends up with 2 touchdowns in the game. We also remember JT had the fumble. It was an incompletion, but it was one of those plays that could have been a fumble, an incompletion. He bounces back over 100 yards receiving in that game. You had the Jaron Thompson deep ball that he gave up, the touchdown, comes back. Couple of series later, gets the interception. The damn near seals the game. I saw Anthony Hill, young buck, went up with 2 sacks in the game, lose contain as the spy. And he basically came up the field too much, and then basically didn't squeeze the edge and allow Jalen Muro to escape out of the pocket. I saw it once, didn't see it again. That means he went to the sideline, coaches coached it up, he understood it, took the coaching, and boom, ended up having a great game. There were so many of those stories that I saw early on, guys make a mistake or have an error, just a bad play, and bounce back. And that's what this team showed me, that when they face adversity, they got the bounce back factor. They got the respond factor. You're going to face adversity. Everybody does. Football is just like life, all right? You're going to fall. You're going to fall down over and over again, right? The failing is not falling down. The failure is in not getting up, right? That's the failures, all right? Failure is not final, all right? Failure is not fatal. You can fail and then you come bounce right back. And that's what this team showed me individually when I watched a lot of the players, but I seen it as a team too, that when they got down, Alabama came to take the lead late in that game in the fourth quarter. You talked about it, took these guys, 3-4 plays to respond late in the game.
14 points in 15 segens.
Exactly.
Yep.
Like that's
4-play drive
yes.
for touchdown,
Response.
pick, touchdown.
Yes.
And that is a bounce back. Well, speaking of bounce backs and redemption, I want you to hear Sark and his emotion after this game and winning at Tuscaloosa and what it meant to him. But first, I want to tell you about Viking Fence, our great partners there. They gave out the defensive player of the game, which we had a hard time. We went with Anthony Hill, could have been Ethan Burke, could have been a lot of guys. They all played great defense, and Viking Fence is the premier fence company in Austin, Texas, has been since 1972. Their Big Tex brand of lumber separates them, right? I mean, they don't go to the box store or the lumberyard to get your wood fence posts or pickets. They mill it right there on their own on-site lumber mill at Viking. That's how they operate. It's a better brand, 3 different grades for one for each price point, and that's what they use to install around your home or business. And just a longer lasting, better fence, 50% thicker the posts and the pickets there than you're going to find in the lumberyard or the box store. That's Viking Fence. 837-6411, online at vikingfence.com. Always, when you think fence in Texas, throughout Central Texas and all over the great state, think Viking Fence since 1972. All right, let's hear Sark. He was obviously pretty emotional and fired up for his team, happy for his team, but also that place at Tuscaloosa has a very special place in his heart, literally in his heart. Here's Steve Sarkisian after the game.
University of Alabama, Nick Saban, Tuscaloosa changed my life. At the moment of my life when things were not going great. And, he extended me an olive branch, and everybody here was so supportive of me coming here and then bringing me back a second time to then having to have open heart surgery while I was here. So these people here mean a lot to me, and I'm very grateful for everybody at Alabama and in Tuscaloosa for what they showed myself, my family, my wife. So to come here and to play them and to play the way that we played, it's humbling, because life kind of goes full circle on that kind of stuff. So not to get overly emotional about it, but it means a lot.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah. And
that open heart surgery story was revealed this week. I never had heard that.
It said that he basically claims Nick Saban's culture saved his life.
Yeah, because he had to do all his coaches have to do a pretty rigorous physical and stress test each year, and had Sark not taken that test, and he wouldn't have. His wife called it a ticking time bomb. I think it was the Black Widow situation where you just don't know, and it's only a matter of time it's going to go, and that's your aorta essentially explodes, it just goes.
Boom.
And he had open heart surgery, and thanks Nick Saban for that. And he outcoached Nick Saban. Obviously, if you're reading the reviews from Bama, they're talking about Nick Saban's on a slide. Now the whispers of they're backing up a little bit at Alabama. Now we're seeing it on the field. The 2 losses last year. And but again, no apologies. Texas went in there, did something only 5 teams have done in 15 years. Very impressive. And all the way to the top with Coach Sark, because that was quite the game plan.
It was a bad game plan by Bama too. I mean, it was a great game plan by Texas, but it was combined with a bad game plan by Bama. I mean, Jalen Milroe. What's the one thing that worries you about Jalen Milroe?
Picks.
Huh? Well, no. I'm talking about as a D. If you're defending him.
Oh, running.
Yes, exactly. They didn't do that. It's like they didn't run him enough. It's like, no. The one thing that freaks me out about defending Jalen Milroe are his legs, and I don't think they had enough design runs within the game plan. They relied on more of the scrambles and essentially making him an agent of chaos at times, spreading him out and then giving him the option to run. I thought they should have used more designed runs for him. They did not, and I think that was part of the failure in the game plan by Tommy Rees and by Nick Saban.
And that goes back to another advantage we talked about Texas having, the coaching continuity. The established coaches on both sides of the ball from year 3 now, running the same offense, running the same defense. Alabama was breaking in new coordinators on both sides of the ball.
Yep.
Texas exploited all of that, and that's credit to Sark and the staff.
Did a great job. I mean, Sark and PK. I mean, Jeff Banks. Special teams was great.
Special teams were great. I give PK credit because there are a lot of people that wanted to give Gary Patterson the credit for last year's defensive game plan. And
speak on it.
PK, we said wherever he's been, Boise State, Washington, now here. And in those 2 previous stops, by year 3, his defense plays in the top 10 in the country.
Yep.
And this looks like a team and a defense after 2 games can play there. But again, I'll say this again over and over again. I'm sure we'll hear Sark say it at 11 o'clock today. Let's make this a special season, not just one win. Let's put in the work now. We know what our bar is, and we can play even better than we did on Saturday. So let's work day to day to be that good. Let's prepare for every game, Wyoming included this week, where you're a 28-point favorite. Let's prepare for this game like it was Alabama.
Yeah, you can try. Like I said, logistically you can't.
Yeah, you don't have the time issue. I'm just talking about the mental focus, the mental preparation.
Agreed. It's the dedication and the commitment to that type of game planning and preparation. But like I said, that is to me is the question. You showed everybody that this team, the ceiling of this team could be,
really high,
endless, right? Limitless, pretty much. All right, they can make it to the college football playoff. They can compete at that level. Now you have to show me that it can be something that you can rededicate yourself, refocus week to week. And then still, like you said, play at that standard and play at that level. That's going to be tough. Like I said, they have class, they're student athletes. They have NIL, opportunities and obligations. They have social lives as well. They have their own families. Also, coaches have all that stuff. And when you don't have 6 to 8 months to prepare for an opponent like you did for Bama, and by the way, a lot of familiarity with Bama. One of the things that's good for Nick Saban, but also bad for him, he doesn't change his offense. He has said for years, it's the Alabama offense. It ain't Nick Saban's offense. It ain't Sark's offense. It ain't Lane Kiffin's offense. But also that means that Sark knows the offense. I mean, he knows it. It's his offense. It just like it was Lane Kiffin's offense. It was his. So the familiarity, I think, also was pretty obvious between Sark and Jeff Banks and Kyle Flood, guys who knew the offense. Because Nick Saban says, when I bring a new coordinator, I don't change the offense. It's the same offense. Maybe that's not always a good thing.
Well, look, without a doubt, now that's the new challenge, right? And I know we had a debate, you and I did, and then my buddy Mike Craven on the Eyes on Texas multicast this offseason. What's a bigger challenge, beating Alabama or running the table in the Big 12? And I think both of us said, with this program's history, I wouldn't be, beating Alabama wouldn't shock me. Can they run the table now?
Mm-hmm.
Can they win week in, week out? And now with this win, you can afford to stub your toe and still play in the Big 12 championship game and put yourself in the conversation.
Yeah.
But you got to bring it week to week. And in the Big 12, where Kansas State is a home game for you, Oklahoma is a neutral site game for you. The teams in the state of Texas are not playing well right now. It's there for you. This win allows you to dream big, but you got to keep the pedal to the metal, and it's all gas, no excuses. We'll come back. Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain. We're already there. Also, before the end of the hour, we go off the record. It's E and Rod B. Hook them up on a Monday.
Babers.
Austin, Texas sports. The Horn.
Well, I wish I had my picture on the Rolling Stone today. And I wish that the Inquirer would spread a rumor that I was gay.
Charlie Robison, unfortunately, passed away yesterday at the age of 59. One of the legendary trailblazers in the Texas country, red dirt music scene. And tributes pouring in from across Texas, across the country for Charlie Robison, 59 years old, just celebrated a birthday recently. And boy, that album there, that song there, that early 2000s album, Life of the Party, was probably his high water mark. Out of Bandera, Texas, he and his brother, Charlie Robison, and of course, doing great work. He married one of the Dixie Chicks for a while, got remarried, but if you saw him at the end of his life, he was not looking in good health. And Rod, in our Setlist ATX with Nick Shuley a few weeks ago, he was supposed to have 2 shows at the Green Hall, and those both got, remember, he had to cancel both, and someone else stepped in for him. And
I remember you guys talking about that.
And they had to get a feeling because he was under the weather and not feeling well, but I don't think anybody thought it was to that extent. And
it's sad, man.
He lived hard for sure. And,
still too soon. That's early.
It's too soon. 59 years old. Yeah. But yeah, Charlie Robison was a big fan. Got to meet him a few times, and he was a great guy and a great performer. You know, his brother is one of the great songwriters.
Brian.
What's that?
It's not Brian. It's what's his?
His brother's, gosh, now I can't think of it.
Sorry.
What are you doing to
Bruce,
me? Bruce Robinson.
Bruce.
Of course, was married to Kelly Willis for so long. I mean, he's a legendary songwriter, and he and his brother when he would write some songs for Charlie, and Charlie was more the performer and more the party guy. Bruce was quieter, more the songwriter type. But prayers to Bruce and the Robinson family and his wife and family. That is very, very sad.
It is sad.
Piece of news. And we're also, they're having ceremonies right now in New York City. To honor the 22nd anniversary of 9/11, because today is Monday, the 11th of September, 22 years ago.
Never forget.
The world changed. And I mentioned what will happen tonight, Rod, with the pregame ceremony for the Jets and Bills game. I thought last night's Cowboys game, Queen Latifah did a heck of a job with the national anthem. That was pretty spectacular for sure. So, and then the Cowboys went to
just put an Old Testament style.
Like they beat them like someone was beating up their mom in a porta potty. They came out of there
well done there, brother. Well done.
They came out of there like white boots. Saying,
I got that visual immediately.
Right. I'm gonna let me go to whooping your ass. I don't know that I've seen an NFL game that dominating in a long time.
Yeah, the defense was just that defense. That's amazing. I mean, the defense had 0 points allowed, 7 sacks, 2 interceptions, had a pick 6. They also blocked a field goal. They returned for a touchdown. They had 5 forced fumbles.
How about the hit for Trayvon Diggs on Saquon Barkley that jarred the ball loose that Deron Bland caught in the air and took to the house? I mean, it was just it's like Mike Tyson. I mean, it was just like, God dang.
The Cowboys defense scored 35 points in fantasy. They won some games.
I mean, that was
for
incredible.
people last night. Themselves.
I'm telling you, I thought they had a chance to be the best defense in the league, but that's you start that way. And what you say about pressures,
62% of the time.
62% pressure rate.
I remember the Giants came out and Daniel Jones used his legs on a couple of. I mean, that field goal drive was their best drive of the night, and a lot of it was Daniel Jones running, like he just took off, and they stomped that. It says the Romper Stomper.
Well done there, screenwriter.
Well done.
Romper Stomper. Yeah, Eli's both are like, okay, well done.
Well, and that's I don't want to rain on the Cowboys' parade because they played in the rain last night, but the other performance yesterday that was of its equal was San Francisco at Pittsburgh. I mean, Brock Purdy was not good. He was great yesterday, and that's the team you have to beat. Now the Eagles and the Niners.
I was gonna say the other one you got to beat the Eagles in your division twice.
Because look, I really think about how close this is going to be. The Niners have shown it doesn't matter to them where they play, but home field advantage in the NFC playoffs is going to be big, right? Do you have to go through Dallas, or do you have to go where the Cowboys were much better at home last year?
Mm-hmm.
Are you at home? Or are you going to San Francisco? Or are you going to Philadelphia? Each one of these weeks will matter to that end. And the Eagles, all 3 teams went on the road in week 1 and played in tough environments and won.
That's crazy.
The Eagles beat one. I mean, how about spoiling Tom Brady Day? I mean, they put the number up. Tom Brady's there. And
he ran out.
Yeah, he ran out. And you spoil it because
man.
And they weren't nearly as dominant, but they played a better team, right? The Patriots are a pretty damn good team and had all offseason to get ready for that offense. And they had some things for Jalen Hurts. but they still won that game, which was a dramatic game at the end. But the Niners and Cowboys just shellacked. Look, the Steelers we think are a pretty good team this year, and the Giants were a playoff team a year ago, and it was like watching the varsity play the JV. It was dominating.
It's pretty obvious that the Cowboys, by the way, were missing guys. They were missing Donovan Wilson on defense. Yeah. They were missing Tyler Smith, I guess, offensive. We didn't need to see much. But that defense, man, Dan Quinn has been building it, and he's been building it up on certain principles. Speed is one, and positionless football is number two. And you can tell that makes them even faster because they have so many guys who are hybrids on that defense. So those guys can run, all of them. And on the first play of the second drive for the Cowboys defense, they actually ended up having 4 safeties on the field because they had Marquise Bell, who plays linebacker, who moved from safety to linebacker out there. And they had Malik Hooker, Wanye Thomas, J-Ron Curse, and Marquise Bell. They got so many hybrid guys, and obviously led by Micah, who's the hybrid of hybrids.
Right, and DeMarcus Lawrence had a good game. I mean, Diggy Zoo up front.
They put Micah inside. Did y'all see that? They put Micah inside, man. Anywhere. That's freaky. They put him inside over like that B gap, and then they double teamed him, and then they just forgot about the defensive end.
Diggy Zoo was playing defensive end on that play, and it was. I mean, I don't think it was intentionally running a stunt there, but he came around and untouched.
Daniel Jones was so improved last year, but and this is the acquisition of Stephon Gilmore to help lock up the corners.
Mm-hmm.
You get to see his eyes. I mean, he was panicked because nothing was open, and he knew he had to get rid of the ball, but nothing was open. Like, what am I doing? And that was really impressive. But again, the Niners would have pitched a shutout in Pittsburgh against a good offense with the Steelers, if not for a penalty that extended a drive right before the half. Other than that, the Steelers got just obliterated by the Niners. So both of those teams. How about Brock Purdy? 19 of 29, 220 through the air, 2 touchdowns. Christian McCaffrey, 22 carries, 152 yards and a touchdown, including a 65-yard long beauty. Brandon Ayuk. I left him on the bench in fantasy, gosh dang it, but I think I'm still going to win. I think I am. It's hard and early to tell, but Brandon Ayuk was the man. 8 catches, 129 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Also, did you see Ayuk's blocks on the long Christian McCaffrey touchdown run?
I did not.
Oh, man.
It was cold.
Pancaking people.
That's one thing we got to work on with my man A.D. Mitchell.
Yeah.
The only weakness in A.D. Mitchell's game right now is A.D. Mitchell is a blocker. He's not an enthusiastic blocker. You ain't got to be a good blocker. Not everybody's a good blocker, but you need to be enthusiastic about it. A.D. Mitchell ain't even enthusiastic about it. He's been like, this is not what I really want to do, Coach.
Yeah. We'll get to some of the good, bad, and ugly from the NFL. The disappointing Minnesota. How about Minnesota losing at home to Baker Mayfield and the Bucs? That's a bad. I know a lot of people who are in those, what do they call them, the suicide leagues, the knockout, who took the Vikings. Because they're not going to lose to Baker Mayfield at home.
Is that where you pick a game until you lose?
Yeah, pick a game until you lose. A lot of people chose that. Yeah. Gone. Wiping out entire leagues.
Baker.
I think the third best performance of the weekend was Cleveland, though.
Oh, you had Cleveland. Good pick.
I'll give you credit, Ty.
Joe Burrow was a mess yesterday in the rain in Cleveland.
It's because of that defense.
Man, Myles Garrett. Cleveland, Deshaun Watson did enough. They won it 24-3, but they really didn't need to do much. Cleveland, that's exactly right. Dallas, San Francisco, Cleveland, and I think Philadelphia. And how about the L.A. Rams going into Seattle and shellacking the Seahawks?
Hey, I think Sean McVay, we know he's a hell of a coach. We know that. I think he's going to enjoy this season. No expectations. Like, everybody expects him to be really bad. So he's just playing spoiler the whole season. Nobody expects him to win. He's got a lot of no-name rookies and young guys, too. I think he's going to really love this season.
Could be similar to what Seattle did last year.
Great point. No expectations at all.
Well, and Sean McVay,
I like that.
He pointed out how he has a healthy quarterback. Matt Stafford got to go through the whole offseason, got to go through training camp, and they've got some new pieces. They didn't have Cooper Kupp, yet they still are moving the ball around and making plays. Cam Akers was good, so that was a bit of a surprise. We also said this about the NFL. This is the healthiest these teams are going to be.
This is true.
And we know the NFL over an 18-week season is a war of attrition. And who can stay the healthiest? Heck, the Ravens looked good against the Texans, one of my picks, but they lost J.K. Dobbins for the year to an Achilles. That poor guy out of LaGrange just can't stay healthy.
He cannot stay healthy.
And I would also say the Atlanta Falcons. Bijan scored the first touchdown. Desmond Ridder was efficient. They beat Carolina 24-10. And so they're off to a start.
You said they could be a surprise team. I think Ty was really high.
I watched that whole game. That was a pretty gross game to watch.
It was.
Well, that's the kind of football that
they want to play.
That Arthur Smith likes to play. Like his football games are gross. He wants them to be gross and ugly. If you're a fantasy owner, you would hate Arthur Smith having all those talented hybrid athletes like B.
I don't think Drake London had a catch yesterday.
And Kyle Pitts,
they're going to be frustrating because I have on my bench I have Tyler Algier as a running back, and I left him on the bench, but he had 2 touchdowns in the game. He had like 20-some points.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh, maybe I need to start him, but then I'll start him and he won't. It'll be Bijan that'll get the 3 tutties. All right, we're going to run out of time for Rod's Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain. We'll pick that up after our Off the Record, Rod. We'll do a rant and Behind the Curtain next hour.
We can do it.
We're also talking NFL, the impressive performances. And I thought Jacksonville was good, too. You know, Jacksonville gave up a weird touchdown to the Colts in Indianapolis where the ball, it was a fumble by Trevor Lawrence. The ball was out of his hand before his arm came forward, and everybody just kind of stood around and looked at it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the defensive lineman for the Colts just took off running, and they gave him a touchdown. But the Jaguars are off to what I think could be a really good season. Trevor Lawrence, sharp. Travis Etienne, really good game.
Oh, yeah.
Calvin Ridley, somebody you said to watch for, Rod, one of the stars of the week. He was wide open all over the place. He had 8 catches, 101 yards, and a touchdown.
Okay.
Zay Jones caught a beautiful touchdown in the back of the end zone, the pride of Austin High. Evan Ingram had 5 catches. Travis Etienne.
They got weapons all over the place, man.
They're good, man.
They really do.
Well, in that division where you get the Colts twice, the Titans twice, and the Texans twice, they could be a team that's looking up going, you know what, we may not be as good as Kansas City or Miami, but we're going to be hosting the playoff because we're going to have 12, 13 wins. And they're going to beat each other up in their divisions.
That's a great point.
And we'll see where that goes. I like Jacksonville.
I do too.
In that spot. And,
Yeah, but now if Joe Burrow in Cincinnati, I know Cleveland just may be really good. And they usually start a little bit shaky. But, man, that was – they had to bench him because they didn't want him to get hurt.
Right.
But in the fourth quarter because he was playing so bad.
He didn't participate in training camp at all. After he hurt his calf early, so there's they're rusty.
And it happened last year too. Remember, because it was appendectomy.
Yeah,
what was it?
Yeah, last year was the appendectomy. The year before was the knee injury.
So they always start slow because of Joe's injuries.
And Cleveland has been his kryptonite. I think he's like 1-6 against Cleveland.
I will say this:
they play him twice a year, so he probably a good game plan.
I will say this for Cleveland: Deshaun Watson was efficient. Nick Chubb was awesome as usual, over 100 yards. Elijah Moore, who they picked up from the Jets, had some electric plays. Amari Cooper's really good. Cleveland. We said that division is really tough to determine. They're going to beat each other up, and the Ravens have already taken the biggest injury blow to start with because J.K. Dobbins was looking good early in that game against Houston, and then blows the Achilles.
Browns pass rush, man. Ooh. I'm telling you, it might be the best pass rush in that division.
Yeah.
Period. With the way they use, and now they're moving Myles Garrett around. Now they put him at linebacker.
Well, why didn't you? I mean, all you got to do is watch what.
Put him at linebacker
now. In this league, that's a copycat league, Rod. They're gonna be watching Dan Quinn film. And
that's true.
Because I really go back to the Cowboys and think Dan Quinn keeps coming back and turning down these head jobs because he's going to paint a masterpiece here with this team. Because they brought everybody back, Rod.
Mm-hmm.
They added some
Stephon
pieces.
Gilmore. Yeah.
He knows this can be something special. When you have Micah Parsons in the offseason talking about the 2000 Ravens, and that's the kind of defense they want to be, and then you pitch a shutout. A dominating shutout on opening night. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And Dan Quinn might be the best coach in football right now. That guy is awesome.
He's definitely the best defensive coach in football.
He's going to make Mike McCarthy's job easy.
I don't think, you got Andy Reid. You got some damn good John Harbaugh. Mike Tomlin's a damn good coach. But I think defensive-minded coaches, I don't think there's a more premier defensive mind right now in the NFL because he's like 3 or 4 years ahead of everybody, kind of how Shano was way ahead of everybody at one time.
Yeah,
too.
You're right about that. And that's when you see the Browns kind of copycatting that, moving Myles Garrett all over the place to use that athleticism. Be interesting to see. But Niners kind of overwhelm you with offensive personnel.
Yes, they do.
With the position.
That's the same way Dan Quinn does.
Yeah. And that's, boy, what a matchup that's going to be when we get
it. He had it last year.
And we will play in the regular season, I believe. The Niners.
Oh, yeah, I think you're right. Yes, matter of fact, they play week 5.
Yeah. Well,
the same week the Jets play the Broncos.
Might be 0-0. Hey, we'll come back. We're going off the record when we do. We're going back behind the burnt orange curtain as well. It's all things Texas and in the top 5 in the country now. Quinn Ewers is the National Player of the Week. We'll continue to recap how the Longhorns went into Tuscaloosa and dominated the Crimson Tide on their way to a 10-point W. That's coming, but first off the record coming next. Oh, man, never sucks here on Ian Rod B. We're back to the Texas football conversation coming up top of the hour. Remember, we'll hear from Steve Sarkisian today, 11 o'clock, with his thoughts after seeing the film and now getting ready for Wyoming. We won't be able to carry that for you, but we'll certainly be listening to it and talking about it all week long. And that becomes the challenge for Texas, building on what you did on Saturday, not letting it get complacent and run.
Oh, yeah.
Create a special season, not just one huge win, Rod.
Exactly.
All right.
A success, not a success story.
Yeah, man.
There you go.
Well, because now at this point, if you don't win the Big 12 championship, you're disappointing.
Well, yeah, everybody's going to be like, well, you definitely had the capability to do it, and you underachieved.
Yeah. No question. No question. All right, what do you have for us on Off the Record, Rod B?
Okay, now we might have to send Todd this audio, because I have the story, and I don't know if you can hear it, so I don't know exactly how, if the audio will translate to the radio, so I'll send it to him because it's like third party, somebody who is videoing and recording an actual TV broadcast.
I got you.
And sometimes it doesn't really translate to radio. But there's an announcer, and apparently he's in hot water because one of the broadcasters for a Kentucky game. It was Kentucky. I'm trying to make sure I get the opponent right. So it was in the Kentucky game. He was talking about a young man who was playing in the game, who was also a former foster kid at one point in his life. And he said this. This is a quote from the guy, the broadcaster. Quote, 9 months ago in the transfer portal, everyone wanted him. 11 years ago as a foster kid, no one wanted him. That is a statement that was made by the broadcaster. I repeat, his quote was, 9 months ago in the transfer portal, everyone wanted him. 11 years ago as a foster kid, no one wanted him. It was Kentucky and I think Southern Kentucky or South Kentucky. I forgot which one of the schools they were playing, but it was another school in Kentucky. That's what the broadcaster said. I'll send Ty the audio because I don't know if it'll translate, but we'll see if it can hear it.
Right.
There you go.
By the way, we have another incident in Off the Record of a females are getting into these fights. There's a video going viral now of a female fan of the Washington Commanders sucker punching this other chick in Section 31.
Hold up.
Section 131.
Do we know that why are these ladies fighting? Do we know?
Yes, and the fans, man, they're getting rowdy.
It's getting rowdy.
It's raining on them.
They're just anxious.
Yeah, I love sucker punches, and especially when it's ladies. I mean, bang.
I'm not a fan of sucker punch.
No, I'm not either.
I don't know. Let's face off, and then let's go. Mano a mano.
She got it right there. Section 131 got a little rowdy.
The first punch.
Well, but you can't punch somebody that's not looking.
I would like the exact. I would like
the other way.
You to see me punching you in the face.
That's right.
That's fair.
That's fair. That's fair.
If it's coming from the side or from the back, then you can't see it. Come on.
So what if the hands aren't up yet? Is that a sucker punch?
No.
That's on you.
This lady was looking a completely different direction,
Okay,
and she sucker punched her from the side. Sucker punched her. Now, we have some live mic moments this weekend, too, Rod, where the mic picked up Geno Smith shouting, "Oh, my God," as Aaron Donald was coming after him.
Oh my God. I think I would have been shouting other than, I'm surprised that it's just, oh, my God. I'd have been shouting all types of profanity and
Here
cuss words. Oh, you.
Lane Johnson. Speaking of profanity, Lane Johnson of the Philadelphia Eagles, the field mic caught him swearing, like cussing out the official. Just cussing out the officials. Great. Good stuff. I love open mics, man.
And is this,
I hate open mics, but I like it when it's not me.
And did you hear it like over the broadcast? Or was he mic'd up? It was like a boom mic that
it was
caught
over the broadcast.
So the boom mic just caught it at the perfect time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they don't like that going out over the airways. That's pretty good. Yeah, it's iffy. Yeah, I sent Todd a sound. It's a little iffy, so I don't know if you can actually hear it, but that's what the broadcaster said. That was kind of good. Okay, so another story. We haven't talked about this, but the Mel Tucker story. The allegations of sexual harassment.
Yeah, this story is going to get. This will take center stage this week because Mel Tucker got that huge contract at Michigan State after that great first season. Yeah, this one. Well, there's two controversial stories in college football. The Longhorns are the talk of the Longhorns in Colorado, but off the field in Norman, Oklahoma, they're not happy that Art Briles was on the field at the Oklahoma win against SMU. Of course, his son-in-law is Jeff Lebby, the offensive coordinator. There are people calling for.
Somebody be fired over
firings about that with Art Briles. Yeah. So we'll get into that. But yeah, Mel Tucker. So here's the allegation. Now, we know the name Brenda Tracy, right?
Yes, she is an advocate for victims of sexual harassment, sexual assault.
Yeah, she came to prominence in the Baylor scandal.
And she's a well-known advocate around the country for women.
Speaks to teams, goes to locker rooms.
Yes, tries to exactly talk to teams about
she was gang raped when she was in college.
About how to approach consent, essentially.
Yes.
And how are you responsible about that?
Rape survivor, activist against sexual violence. But apparently, she and Mel Tucker had a relationship because her quote in this, because they're starting in the summer, there was an investigation done by an external group at Michigan State.
Mm-hmm.
And Michigan State doesn't need another one of these after the Larry Nassar thing. But she says the idea that someone could know me, say they understand my trauma, then reinflict that trauma is so disgusting to me, it's hard for me to even wrap my mind around it. She is alleging Mel Tucker sexually harassed her. He responded to this Title IX investigator in a statement that he said, Miss Tracy's distortion of our mutually consensual and intimate relationship into allegations of sexual exploitation has really affected me. I'm not proud of my judgment, and I'm having difficulty forgiving myself for getting into the situation, but I did not engage in misconduct by any definition.
And honestly, I think it's the different, obviously differing reports on this and all of their, obviously the different sides on this is about consent, essentially, because she's claiming that he did something that she did not consent to over the phone, correct?
I believe
there was some inappropriate activity like over the phone.
Yeah.
That he conducted and that she did not consent to. And he's basically saying there was consent. We were in a relationship and that's why I did what I did. Is that,
I got to dig into this because we've been so locked in on the Longhorns, and this story just dropped when I got here this morning. So, and he's been suspended, by the way.
Yes.
He has been suspended
while they investigate.
People are already asking why he wasn't suspended this summer when this investigation began.
I saw he got fired.
I haven't seen he's gotten fired yet.
There was an early report that he was fired, and then I believe they corrected the report that he's been suspended while the investigation going on. He will be fired, I think. I think he
coming back. It's all things Quinn Ewers, all things Texas. Steve Sarkisian, Longhorn defense, total team effort. They weren't perfect on Saturday night. They were relentless though, and responded, never blinked when adversity came. We'll have more on that. Rod's got a Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain and a rant next hour. Go nowhere. You're locked in to Austin's only local morning sports conversation. It's here on the Horn. Let's hook 'em up with Ian Rod B. What a weekend. And we're talking about it with you, Longhorns, into the top 4 in the country now, and have earned it. No fluke there. They went to Tuscaloosa and took apart the Alabama Crimson Tide and never flinched.
Wow.
Gave up the lead in the third quarter, responded with 14 points in 15 seconds.
It's unbelievable.
Found a way when there were still 7 minutes to go and the game somewhat in doubt. It was a 7-minute and 14-second drive all on the ground, Rod. Similar in shades of that game with Baylor last year where Texas just grounded out. That was with Bijan and Roschon. They just did that at Alabama without those two guys, and it was Jonathan Brooks humping it up in there. How impressive was that? I mean, the list of impressive things we saw Saturday night, that's very high on that list. Quinn Ewers was outstanding, to say the least.
Yeah, I'd put Quinn Ewers number 1 because that was his, like I said, that was his butterfly moment. He went from a caterpillar to a butterfly, and we watched it. We watched the metamorphosis. We watched the transformation before our very eyes. And I'd put second the O-line. And if you want to put O-line ahead of Quinn, I would have no argument there. 0 sacks allowed in Tuscaloosa versus Alabama.
And then run out the clock?
And then running out the clock. Yeah, choking them out, essentially.
Like you never had to punt the ball. I mean, they took a knee. That's the most satisfying moment in a football game is when you take a knee. Like you take the genuflect to run out the clock, and there's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, you choked Bama out. And I'll give the offensive line stat again. Texas offensive line, the only group since 2014 that allowed fewer than 3 quarterback pressures and 0 sacks in a single game against Alabama. Shout out to Hook'em Headlines for that stat. It's really good stat, but it shows you how dominant that offensive line was and how good was Quinn Ewers. 0, count them, 0 turnover-worthy passes against Alabama. He didn't even have a pass that actually looked like it was going to even come in close to harm's way.
Rod, the Longhorns did get some good breaks on some fumbles and balls that were on the ground. They got to clean that up this week.
They did.
But, again, it was everything you would want if you're Sark. Your team responded. Coaches always say, I think I've got a good team, but I don't know until we get into a battle. And we saw at times last year that the team, would lose the battle, even though they were right there with the game. This group went and won the football game with a 21-8 fourth quarter run. 21-8 fourth quarter.
We've been asking about the fourth quarter, right? Last year, Sark's team was outscored in the fourth quarter in overtime throughout the season. But they obviously outscored their opponents 179 points combined in the first 3 quarters. We had not seen this team yet prove they were a fourth quarter team. They won that game, and you talked about it, to beat Alabama in Tuscaloosa. You ain't going to blow them out. Texas they could have. If everything would have went perfectly, they could have blown them out. But that's not the way football games play out, right? There's going to be adversity. There are going to be trials and tribulations you're going to have to overcome. That's exactly what happened in that game. And I'm glad we got to see the testicular fortitude and the grit of this team on the road versus Alabama. Another stat for the offensive line, just mind-blowing stat. Rice, if I had told you at the beginning of the season that Rice was going to have more pressures and more sacks against Texas than Alabama, you'd have probably told me I was smoking crack and that I need to get some help. Yeah, Robbie, crack is whack, man. I don't know if it's meth crack, but you need to get some help. That's what happened, guys. Yeah. Alabama only had 6 pressures, 0 sacks. They only hit Quinn Ewers twice. You said after the Rice game, that you were uncomfortable with how many times they hit Quinn Ewers.
They hit him a lot.
In the Rice game.
Yeah, he was taking some shots. And that's where you're giving the credit to O-line without a doubt. But how about Christian Jones and Kelvin Banks?
Oh.
Best 2 players on that Alabama defense are Dallas Turner and Chris Braswell. Those guys didn't dent the sheet, right?
They didn't. Nope.
Those 2 guys
didn't. Non-factors. He made one play. Remember the 4th down?
Yes, he did.
He made that. It was a great play by him. That's the only time I really remember his name being mentioned.
Those tackles did a great job.
They did a great job.
And Kyle Flood. Put Kyle Flood out there. He's coaching that O-line at a very high level, developing those players. And I'll sing the praises of the D-line because whether it was Byron Murphy, whether it was early on Alabama was able to run between the tackles, and they were pushing Texas around, and that was concerning. And I do think, because I was doing the in-game broadcast on Inside Texas on the On Texas Football Channel, which, by the way, saw some numbers on that. There were a lot of people tuning into that.
Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all, man.
Such a fun way to watch the ball game if you're not at the game.
It is.
Or not at a loud party somewhere.
Man, you did a great job, brother. You did great. Don't sell yourself short, man.
Well, I think that's pretty easy for me to just talk through a game, but at the same time, to have guys like yourself and Jerry Hamilton, because Jerry made the point while they were pushing Texas a little bit, is it felt like Texas was worried about his legs. And you've criticized Alabama for not using his legs enough. It was almost like instead of just pinning it back and getting after it, Texas's D-line early in the game was kind of standing up and worried about the run.
You might be right about that.
And that
actually
was allowing them to run the football. Traditionally, they shut that down.
They put it penetrating.
And once they figured out. And then at the end of the day, it was Texas was able to run the ball when Alabama knew they wanted to run the ball. That is a Sark mission each and every game. We're going to play some highlights here coming up to get you pumped up one more time. Also say the weekend featured Novak Djokovic with a historic 24th Grand Slam title. Cowboys just decimate the Giants last night. Very, very impressive. Deion
Beast
Sanders
mode.
and his Colorado Buffaloes are up to 18 in this week's AP poll.
They're going to have 5 straight nationally televised games when it's all said and done. Because they're playing, you say next week after they play Oregon? Is it Oregon? No, they play somebody before Oregon. But then they got Oregon and USC.
They play Colorado State.
They play Colorado State.
Then Oregon, at Oregon, then USC.
And Colorado State, they're already getting
National
game day.
television, yeah.
Game day's coming for that one. So they're going to get 5 nationally televised games in a row. Unbelievable.
Yeah, Deion.
That's
Immediate
crazy.
impact in a big way. And his team's really good. I mean,
His team is actually
they have
good.
issues. They have flaws. But these
Don't
coaching
they-
around them.
Don't all teams, though? That's
They
the
do.
beauty of it. Like, there's no perfect team out
And
there.
that's why this juggernaut of a schedule now, because there are 7 Pac-12 teams ranked this morning. 7. We've never seen the Pac-12 like this, and we've never seen this many good. I was thinking about this, Rod. I don't know, because we talked about at the beginning of the year the Pac-12, the number of really good quarterbacks.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, because people have said it's unprecedented for the Pac-12. I think it's unprecedented for college football for one conference to have this many high-level quarterbacks. You can't name me a
5
conference.
or 6 of them.
I mean,
man.
it somewhat goes back to the
The
old
Big 12, 2008.
2008
Yeah,
when you had,
yes.
Colt and Sam Bradford and Graham Harrell.
Yeah. Even was the Kansas quarterback? Was it Reese?
Yeah. I
Was
mean, they
there?
all had good.
Yeah.
I mean, this group, and
Had a bunch of
that's going to be hard, but I'll say this, through 2 weeks, Shedeur Sanders is the truth, man. That guy is the real deal. The defense was better this week. Yeah, Deion's doing a hell of a job, but that gauntlet is about to really heat up. But again, what he's already done is a huge win for them. So we'll talk all those things, but you know what it's time to do, Rod? Get pumped up, relive the nights.
Let's do it.
In Tuscaloosa, and then we're going behind your burnt orange curtain. Let's do it.
Gets it out quickly, but makes a pick. It's intercepted. Janae Barron makes the kind of takeaway Texas needed and the kind of mistake that Saban was worried about with the inexperienced quarterback. Just didn't see it. Texas back in Bama territory. Ewers from the pocket. Now he'll loft one downfield. A ton of air running underneath it. Worthy's got it for a touchdown. Ewers still has it and finds his tight end. Sanders, big man, rumbling free. Gets a block. Stiff arm. Lowers the shoulder. What a run after the catch for this athletic tight end from Texas. Play fake. Ewers. Slant. Touchdown, Mitchell. What a response by Texas.
On display tonight, battling in year 3.
Bill Rowe delivers right into the hands of the Longhorn. Intercepted by Jaron Thompson. His second mistake. He steps out inside the 10. Worthy in motion. Brooks fights to the end zone, and Texas quickly cashes in to build the lead. What an incredible turnaround. Lewis in the pocket, launching downfield. Mitchell, touchdown Texas! Or not. Or they hand it off and pick up the first down and perhaps end the game. Brooks with a burst.
Texas has beaten Alabama in Tuscaloosa here in a week 2. Massive, colossal college football matchup that'll have implications for months and months this college football season.
I'm so proud of my team. Our defense, we balled out. I'm fired up for the rest of the way. Fired up.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, let's talk about that monumental performance.
I just say, right? Did you hear the crowd? That was like a home crowd for some of those touchdowns. What a great job by the Longhorn fans.
Texas did represent. I even I had a friend of mine, family friend, who actually went to the game, and they said that the Tuscaloosa private airport was so overrun that they had to put in essentially their own kind of new rules and regulations, because apparently the Texas private jets that arrived were so much larger than some of the other private planes this airport was accustomed to, that they were allowing like 40 or 50 fewer jets to park on the tarmac because they just didn't have the room. So usually they probably would allow somewhere between like 140 or something. They were allowing like 80 something because the Texas jets were huge and they were overrun. They actually had some private jets circling the tarmac, waiting to land because they just didn't have room to land. So just to your point, E, just from the BMDs, the big money boosters and donors,
they showed up.
Unlike anything,
like an Air Force.
Tuscaloosa's never seen anything like that. Yeah, that burnt orange Air Force that came through there.
Well, yeah,
the big jets, baby.
We got somebody on our text line asking, is Saban, Sark's performance was so good. Now Saban, if he retires, would they want to hire Sark? Sark's not leaving the NIL opportunities here to take the Bama job.
Well, he's not leaving Austin and University of Texas.
Texas is a way better job than Bama.
It is right now. In the NIL climate,
yeah,
it is. I mean, you can build the juggernaut, and obviously all those private planes. I mean, that's
come on now.
They
literally, the airport was overrun by all the private.
I do think that conversation is going to start to be had about Nick Saban in the future but again, Nick Saban shows no side. Underestimate that guy at your own peril.
Yeah, I wouldn't freak out too much. Alabama taking a step back means they're going to win 10 games and lose 3 games. Like that, but to them, that is a step back. That's like, you have really high standards for a lot of football like programs and organizations. They're one of those football programs. They are the standard. So yes, 10 wins for them, 3 losses. The sky may be falling for Alabama. But they get to 9 wins and they get single-digit wins, then I think, you're going to start people start talking about the replacements of Nick Saban, who they should go after. But I'm with you. I think that's a long way away. All right, let's talk about Texas and schematically what they did to pull off this upset. Because I thought Sark had a beautiful game plan. I thought it was a brilliant game plan by him. Essentially getting his quarterback in a groove and getting his quarterback in a rhythm. We talked about that ad nauseum last week. Got to get Quinn confident. Got to get him in a rhythm. Got to get him in a groove. Don't chase the big play. All right, you're going to make the big play. Don't chase it. And I think actually I want to say Sark was hunting for the big play, but he didn't chase it because he didn't get your first deep ball until the second quarter, which I think for Sark, that's a little bit later than you usually get it. So I do think he was a bit disciplined when it came to deep ball, but it still worked out. He started out that game with a short, high percentage passing game. If you look at Quinn's passes behind the line of scrimmage, he was 12 of 13. He was basically 92% completion percentage when he had throws behind the line of scrimmage, but they threw it a lot of screens, a lot of swing screens, wide receiver screens, smoke routes, easy completions, high percentage completion, essentially an extension of the running game, long handoffs for Quinn Ewers. That helped them get in the groove. Now, that was all throughout the game, but you saw a ton of that early on before Sark started to threaten vertically down the field. And if you look at the short area, the short to intermediate, Quinn was only 9 of 17. If you go look at it from 0 to 19 yards in between there. Most of his damage was done behind the line of scrimmage and deep. They were 3 of 6 on deep balls, 20 yards or more, and that does not count the pass interference calls. So you throw the pass interference calls, and that's a win for me. That means you're basically 5 of 8 on deep balls. That's a hell of a conversion rate for a team that was, 0 versus Rice, and I think 1 of 17 on the deep ball in their last 2 games. So I think for Sark, that was important, and I think that was the best part of the game plan for me, was that it was built around getting Quinn Ewers in a groove. But here is schematically where I think he threw a lot at Nick Saban and Alabama they just did not expect. Let's go to first down passing rate. If you probably watching it, you think to yourself, man, they're throwing the ball a lot on first downs. I just talked about how the behind the line of scrimmage throws and attempts were an extension of the running game, long handoffs. Sark on first down essentially decided we're going to throw the ball. That'll be our running game. They had in the first 3 quarters, a 70+% pass rate on first down in the first 3 quarters of that game. As you know, that dropped in the fourth quarter, ended up being close to like a 68% pass rate overall, but you're upwards of 70+% in the first 3 quarters because Sark understood that Nick Saban's defenses, like most, are constructed to be heavy run-stop defenses on first down. They want to stop the run on first down and get you into 2nd and long and eventually 3rd and long. Nick Saban is thinking rush, he's thinking run on first down, and his defenses are built, coverages and everything called to stop the run on first down. Sark used that against him. and threw it a lot on first down. He also, and I'll give you the stats, 80% completion percentage on those first down throws and 11 yards per attempt on those first down throws. So you got big plays. You got some deep balls. You had 32-yard deep ball on first down. No, Sark loves to throw the deep ball on first down. 48% of his deep balls last year came on first down. That 44-yarder was also a deep ball. But you got a 17-yard gain. You got a 34-yard gain. You got a 50-yard gain out of throwing the ball on first down that weren't necessarily deep balls. They would run after the catch situations. So Sark was brilliant in the way he played that. You only ran the ball. You were at 27% run rate on first down through those first 3 quarters, and you were only averaging 2.4 yards per rush on those first down runs. You were not getting a lot of yardage, but it was symbolic, and it was symbolic, and I think almost largely ceremonial for Sark to just keep the balance in the offense. He knew what he wanted to do. He wanted to do damage in the passing game on first down with quick, easy throws. Let's go to another element of the game plan that really took Bama by surprise and kept them off balance defensively. Sark, and I think this is something he probably got from my man Shano following him in Atlanta, Kyle Shanahan, who's famous for telling me you present power personnel packages and then you pivot to pass principles, right? So you're talking about, yes, thank you, Texter. We talked about last week, right? Breaking tendency. You want to break tendency? Definitely did that with first down. Great way to break tendency. Usually you want to be more balanced on that run down early on, those early downs. Not Sark. You said screw balance. To hell with balance. We're trying to win the game. He went 70+% pass rate on those early downs in the first 3 quarters. So also, let's go to 12 personnel. They started out the game in 12 personnel, went empty formation, but 1 back, 2 tight ends is how they started out the game. Present power personnel packages, 2 tight ends, that's a power personnel package, and pivot to pass principles. They played about 33% 12 personnel in that game, probably a little around that, probably a third of your game plan, but a 48% pass rate. When you had 12 personnel in there. Last season, Sark was around 35% pass rate out of 12 personnel. He's around 31% in 2021. So that broke tendency too. Usually when Sark's playing a lot of 12 personnel, 1 back, 2 tight ends, he's running the football or a lot. This time, throwing the football damn near half the time. Usually he's running the football close to 75% of the time or 70% of the time out of 12. Not this time. Not in this game. He threw it a lot. And Quinn averaged 12.9 yards per attempt when he threw the ball out of 12 personnel. That was higher than his yards per attempt out of any personnel package, or even his highest yards per attempt out of any personnel package or formation. It was out of 12 personnel. They did a lot of damage out of 12 because Alabama, just like on first down, they're thinking run. When they see 12 personnel, they're thinking, oh, it's gonna be a run. And Sark, he broke tendency at the right time with those particular personnel groupings.
And something you and I talked about last week. Sark's familiarity with Saban and the structural integrity of his defense and what his rules for defense are. He knows them very well. So as you said, break tendency and break him, and they certainly did. And I thought something you said earlier, and it was so evident that they used Xavier Worthy early. He dominated the first half with 5 catches and 75 yards, and they were going tempo. That was going to force Bama to roll coverage to X-Man. That's when everything else opened up for Jatavion Sanders.
He was a decoy.
Opened up for A.D. Mitchell. Yeah, everything. Yeah, use him. Well, use him first. Make him know he's your game plan. But then when they, scheme to try to stop him, that's when everything else opens up when you've got athletes like they do.
Yep. And one of the things Sark did that I thought was brilliant, I've been obsessed forever with targets to motion. Targets to motion is when you target a player that was in motion at the time of the snap or prior to the snap. And Sark loves motion about 55% of the time. He's using some type of pre-snap motion or shift within his offense. We were worried about that because of the crowd noise at Alabama that you could have some pre-snap penalties because there's so much movement, so much confusion, so many cheat codes Sark uses in the pre-snap. But because Texas made so many damn plays and controlled the game, they really took the crowd out of it too. That was one thing we didn't talk a lot about. They took the crowd out of it because they controlled the game and made a lot of plays. But targets to motion. Last season, it was one of my favorite cheat codes and force multipliers for Sark. Targets to motion in 2022, Texas averaged 10 yards per attempt. And over an 80% completion percentage. That also tracks with 2021. You averaged 9 yards per attempt, but you still averaged over 80% completion percentage. In this game, Sark had more targets to motion than any game for him as a play caller in the last 3 years. I went all the way back to Alabama national title season 2020. So in 2020, in 2021, and in 2022, and including obviously the first 2 games of 2023, Sark has not used this much target or this many targets to motion as he did versus Alabama. 6 of 10, could be 7 of 11. I haven't checked because there's a time where there's a play, you guys might remember it, is a 3rd down to X-Man. He's in the backfield. They motion him out of the back. Remember something I said, Sark, to break tendency, you should put more receivers in the backfield. First game I've seen where Sark put 2 receivers in the backfield. It was a 1st down to X-Man. I'm not sure if it was a 3rd or a 4th down. I think it was a 3rd down. It was a 3rd down to X-Man. It was a 9-yard gain, ended up getting the 1st down. But they had him in the backfield. And then they ended up motioning him out of the backfield. And they ran a route, like a flare route out of the backfield. And he caught it, ended up getting the 1st down. He shifts a little. I could count that. If I count that, then he was 7 of 11. So 63% if I count that. But if you go look at targets to motion, 8.6 yards per attempt, targets to motion, 5 first downs came in that game in targets to motion. So you're talking about upwards of a 40% first down rate or higher when you targeted motion in that game versus Bama. And I went back and looked and I said, man, I thought I remembered a lot of targets to motion in the Bama game in 2021. And it was, 2022. And it was. Texas was 8 of 9 against Alabama in 2022 on targets to motion. So he knew it was something that worked versus Nick Saban. He probably knew that because he's been on that staff, but also knew it worked really well against Nick Saban's defenses to target guys who are already in motion, and it worked really well in this matchup too. And he did it, like I said, gratuitously, more than he's done it in any game in the last 4 years.
And it was a masterful game plan executed at a masterful level by Quinn, and that's. We talked about what was it going to take to beat Alabama, an elite quarterback performance, and the previous quarterbacks who have won on that field had the legs, right? Cam Newton was a runner. Johnny Manziel could ad-lib and make plays. Joe Burrow could keep plays alive better than Quinn. But this was just a coach and a quarterback who were on the same page, and the coach dialing up the plays that he knows will be impactful, and a quarterback executing them at a very high level. And that is, what Saban couldn't stop in the big moments. I mean, I was just everything you're saying is you saw it, and now you're explaining how the formations worked and created those open receivers, which is what I think our audience appreciates. I think the audience also appreciates Rod responding.
Amen,
when you gave up the lead at 16-13, you bounce back with 14 points in 15 seconds. Say that to yourself. And then when your defense, who's been playing great all night, gives up a 3rd and 17, and then 3 plays later they're in the end zone, and now they're back within the score. Now what are you going to do? The touchdown to A.D. Mitchell. Yep. I mean, we respond and then run the clock out. I mean, that was emphatic to do it that way, to outscore Alabama 21-8 on their field in all the ways you just said behind the burnt orange curtain. Got several texts after we talked about the crowd and those highlights. My buddy Woody said, guys, I was there. Best game atmosphere I've ever seen. Saw CDC afterwards, and I said, hey, do you take notes? And he said, yep.
Yep. Rip off and duplicate, as CDC says. R&D, baby.
Yeah, this says,
like that.
This says, was very loud from the beginning. Of the game.
Texas fans, they showed up. I heard there was a nice representation of burnt orange out there.
Awesome stuff right there and behind the burnt orange curtain.
Oh, and did you hear what Keely Robinson said after the game? He went to the recruiting section. Alabama had a lot of recruits there. Big game for them. They had a lot of recruits there. So the section of recruits, he went there after the game and said, y'all need to come to Texas. So like a death row.
Well, look, hey, listen, now that it's the Monday after, we can say, we said all last week, Jerry Hamilton was with us from inside Texas. I mean, winning this game would be bigger for recruiting than anything that can happen, even winning the Big 12 championship.
That's what he claims.
And we could see an avalanche of recruits because, look, when you're watching this game and you're seeing Quinn Ewers, throw missiles to all these weapons, the defensive side of the ball, it's where you have some youth, right? Ethan Burke was great. Anthony Hill Jr. was great. And now you can add pieces. I mean, Colin Simmons is coming to Texas, right? He's the kid from Duncanville.
Yep.
You saw what Anthony Hill can do for an impact, 2.5 tackles for loss, 2.5 sacks. That was the defensive player of the year in this state a year ago. You've already got the commitment from the defensive player of the year this year who's coming in. This team is getting built for talent-wise to compete in the Southeastern Conference, and now we saw on Saturday night their mentality, their culture is being built to where they can thrive in that conference as well. I think that's fair to say.
Totally agree.
Good stuff right there. We come back. We'll do a Rod's Rant as well. More deep dive conversation about this game for the end of the hour. We'll play a little round of Who Said That, including a broadcaster lambasting a team who was awful in Week 1. We'll get that coming up here on Ian Rod B.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers.
Austin, Texas, sports, the Horn.
I've been hanging around this place. I've been looking through your space. I've been waiting for you.
That's another one of Charlie Robinson's bigger hits, El Cerrito Place. It's written by Keith Gaddis, who was a close friend and great songwriter, the late Keith Gaddis as well. But sad news, 59 years old. Charlie Robinson, one of the trailblazers of the Texas music scene. He and his brother Bruce, and for so long, those memories pouring in.
Yeah.
Saw one from our buddy Kevin Fowler and all those guys that grew up running around with Bruce and Charlie. Because those guys, along with Pat Green, really started the trail. I mean, I'm sure down on Coke FM today, they're having a lot of conversations about it, in addition to this big Longhorn victory and the weekend that was. But Charlie was one of the best. One of the best.
Too soon.
Too soon. And obviously had been battling. Remember, he got married to one of the Dixie Chicks, and they had kids, and then that ended. Charlie liked to have a good time. Charlie liked to go hard.
Hey, you're here for a good time, not a long time.
Well, if you're going to go that way, live it up. Live it while it lasts. But 59 years young.
The last time I saw him, I was front row, and he was sitting on a stool, and I had a bottle of Crown in the front row, and he took it from me.
Yeah. he went hard. He went hard.
So,
that is awesome. That's awesome.
It's one of those things. You can do that for a while. You can't do that forever. You know what I mean? But
the road goes on forever. The party never ends.
Well, that's exactly right. A lot of people live by that.
I like that. There you go.
Classic Robert Earl Keen song. But but sometimes it does end, unfortunately. And his wife put out a statement that just 9 days after his 59th birthday, and very, very sad. But rest in peace, my friend.
Yeah, but hey, I always say that difference between men and women, when it comes to the basically mortality. I think women don't want to die alone. Men don't want to die without leaving some kind of legacy. Children helps with both. Solve the problem for both. For men, it's about hey man, I want the world to know I was here. About leaving a mark of some kind. For women, they're just like, no, I don't want to die alone. The thought of dying alone freaks women out. Most men, we're sickos, so we have no problem thinking about dying alone. But I think for men, you want to leave their mark. He left his mark.
He did.
You left your mark, man.
He did. He wrote some great tunes. So you got a legacy. His brother's combation of the songwriting.
We're talking about your legacy as obviously you've passed on.
Well, and when you say make a mark, right? You want music. If you're a musician, you're an artist, right? You're creating art.
Exactly.
And if you're, immediately when anybody heard that story yesterday, you could immediately think of the 5 or 6 songs that were most impactful, and you hear those songs and you appreciate it, right?
You go download them.
That's the mark. Yeah. That's the mark. That's like
That's exactly right.
He left a mark, an impression on people, but gone too soon. Longhorns left their mark on Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Can I let you hear this? This will get you pumped up. This is the Longhorn locker room after a 34-24 win. Take it away, Sark.
Text 5, it's goodbye to A&M. Text 5, and we'll put up for one more win. Text 5, for Texas we love best. Give him help, go on, go, it's goodbye to all the rest. Yeah, Orange, yeah, White, yeah, Longhorns, fight. Text 5, yeah, text 5, yeah, text 5.
Man, it's still very quick to me. I still think the pace of it is really fast and very abrupt, right? I would love for them.
You're used to a little longer version.
I want a little R&B. I mean, a little casual, a little soul.
They go fast, man.
They go fast, and it's almost like the AI version of Texas Fight. Like Texas Fight,
very staccato.
Yes, I want them to put a little bit more soul into it. I want some R&B in there. But hey, man, y'all beat Bama. You do what the hell you want to do. You sing it how you want to sing it. It sounded good after beating Bama.
Just listening to you talk about the offensive line is your biggest game ball and yours. I was just looking. Cole Kubelik from ESPN does a great job. Former offensive lineman at Auburn. Yeah. He always puts out the videos of offensive line play, and his tweet for Cole Hudson: no gloves, no tape, just blocks. And he got out on a pool and took out
pancakes. Alabama defender.
Look at this one here,
Put
Rod.
him on his back.
Look at DJ Campbell here, decking people.
Ooh.
Texas brought it.
Nasty.
Texas brought the nasty.
What did Jaron Thompson say about the D-line? They were nasty and violent.
They were.
I got to say this O-line looks nasty and violent.
What? That's what, when you say, when we talk about making this now a special season, not just a big win. Everything's built here for this team I'm not afraid to say it could be like 2005 when the win in Columbus opened the door to and gave everybody the confidence that if we prepare to that level, we can beat anybody on the field. Mm-hmm. And that's what that team did. Vince Young was the leader. Now you have Sark and Quinn. I don't know if they're there yet, but man, that is because when you're that explosive, but you're also that physical, when you're both, Rod, that's hard to beat for a team, right? When you can be explosive like the big plays and Quinn throwing them bombs and X-Man and AD. I mean, you can be and J. Tavion Sanders out there rumbling and stumbling. When you can be explosive but also be physical and dominant on both sides.
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
Obviously, that's championship material. With that in mind, let's get a Rod's Rant, more deep dive conversation about these Longhorns.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it around.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
We had a texter, and I appreciate the texter. They said, hey, guys, can we talk about, I love that we're talking about the win and everything, but can we talk about the drops?
Drops?
Because X-Men had a drop. That could have been a touchdown. You also had Jonathan Brooks with a drop that could have been a touchdown. Yeah, we have talked about the drops. And, E. Hogan and I feel the same way. I said when I first came in here, and I've rewatched the game. I've watched it now twice, and I have one rewatch. We're going to rewatch it again and watch this line play. Usually my rewatches, full disclosure, they go, watch the game, then I rewatch like coverages and receivers, quarterbacks, skill positions, then go rewatch it again and just watch line play. All right, and just kind of see what's going on the offensive and defensive line. It's kind of hard to see all that at one time. But I digress. Getting back to the drops, right? That's the beauty of this win to me. The best part of the win for me was that it wasn't perfect. That it wasn't. They didn't play their best football. They didn't. They actually. I can point out
there were mistakes.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into it because we should be celebrating today. But later on in the week, we're going to get critical, right? As we go into the next week for Wyoming, and there's a lot to criticize. There's a lot to correct. If you're a coach, that's why the coaches are definitely loving this game. They're like, man, we beat the hell out of Alabama, and I still can go in here and chew these guys out for making mistakes and dog cuss them for making mistakes and still get better. The beauty of that win over Alabama is that it was not perfect. It was not your best performance, but you saw this team battle adversity. You saw them show grit, testicular fortitude, and find a way to finish the game in the fourth quarter. So for the texture, we'll talk about the drops. Yes, we talked about them, and yeah, got to get better. You can't have drops in crucial, critical moments like that, especially on the road in big games. Usually don't beat Alabama when you have mistakes like that, but they did. They were able to overcome their mistakes, overcome the adversity that those mistakes represented. And then not only that, they were able to find a way in the fourth quarter to play some of their, if not their best football of the game. A lot of it came in the fourth quarter.
New.
That is new, E. Hogan. That is new. And that's about what you talked about, E. Hogan. That's about responding. Not only the way they responded to Alabama's efforts, Alabama came back, take the lead, and their response in the fourth quarter was an emphatic, dramatic one. We came here to win this game. We're going to take it from Alabama. But there was also these little responses all throughout the game. The response when Alabama took the lead, you talk about it when they scored, 2 touchdowns, in
15 seconds.
15 seconds or whatever it was. That was a response. What I liked is what I saw individuals early on in the game who ended up being heroes of this transcendent win for the Longhorns, who faced adversity either by making mistakes or, mental mistakes and errors in judgment early on, and yet they bounced back later in the game and made huge plays. X-Men had to drop. We talked about that. That's his regression last season. A lot of it was he dropped the ball a ton. And that was in his head at one point, like, damn, I just dropped a touchdown pass at Alabama. Damn. I got to tell you, that's disappointing. I'm sure he was disappointed in himself. But then the bounce back factor. And listen, everybody's going to have failure at one point. Everybody's going to deal with disappointment. But, it's all about your reaction to it, your response to it. Life is going to kick your butt. It's just the way it is. So will football. All right. So after you have that failure or you have that mistake, that mental error, how do you respond to it? X-Man responded with a great game, right? Got the big touchdown on the deep ball. First deep ball touchdown of Quinn Ewer's career. I don't think that's the first deep touchdown he's ever had. I mean, he had a deep touchdown. He did it in Tuscaloosa at Alabama. Jalen Catalon y'all probably remember this, missed a tackle early on. Jalen Milroe made him look silly out there in the open field. and he came back to lead the team in tackles
yeah.
versus Alabama. I remember Ethan Burke, he had lost contain early on.
Yeah, on a zone read.
Yes, on a Jalen Murray. He, by the way, chased him down, too. Tried to get a piece of it.
He hustles, man.
You can tell that he's a mechanic. He works. But he had a brain fart, right? He had a mental error. It's okay. Bounces back. Has a great game. Ends up with a sack. Probably should have had 2, tackle for loss. And I didn't see him make that mistake again. I saw it early. I didn't see it again. Janae Barron, he had a very similar play too where he lost contain on Jalen Milroe. Jalen Milroe ended up getting to the edge, got a first down. It was on a blitz by Janae Barron from the edge, but he didn't keep the edge. He didn't contain the edge. Jalen Milroe got outside of him. A couple of plays later, Janae Barron gets a pick, gets an interception. A.D. Mitchell had a fumble early on in the game on that reverse. We know he came back, scored 2 touchdowns. J.T. Sanders had that incompletion that could have been a fumble. That was an ugly play early on. J.T. bounced back, had over 100 yards receiving. Jaron Thompson got beat for a deep touchdown that brought Bama back into the game. Did he pout? Did he get down himself? Nope, got a pick. A couple of series later, ended up being, some people say, the biggest play in the game. Anthony Hill, I saw him lose contain on the quarterback as the spy early on because he rushed upfield too much. All right, and then he didn't squeeze that edge, and he allowed Jalen Milroe to escape the pocket. I saw him make the mistake once. I'm sure on the sideline they corrected it. It came back, ended up having 2 sacks in the game. I got more examples. I saw so many examples like that throughout the game of guys battling through adversity early on and overcoming their own mistakes, overcoming mental errors, overcoming adversity, and then responding. And not only responding to it, but responding to it by helping their team and making big plays. That happened individually, but it also happened as a unit, as a team, a defense, offense, O-line. Saw it everywhere. That's what really impressed me on my rewatch. It's not necessarily the X's and O's. We'll get into all that. But I saw football character. I saw grit. I saw a testicular fortitude. Those are the characteristics and traits of a championship team.
Yep. And well said. Well said. And that's, you know what? We've talked about, teams take on the mindset of their leader. Mm-hmm. And Steve Sarkisian has overcome a lot to get back to where he is, right? Yep. I mean, and they talk about their genuinely close relationship with their head coach. They talked about how they trusted Sark, and he talked about it afterwards. This Tuscaloosa place kind of saved my life. I was drifting. He had the battle with alcoholism. Then they found out the heart ailment, and he had heart surgery there. So he has a lot of emotion in Tuscaloosa as a place that he got back up, and now his team, as you just documented perfectly, over and over again in that game. Made a mistake, but
redemption.
Play another play.
Redemption.
Short memories.
Yes,
short memories.
The opportunities for redemption are all around you. What are you talking about? Life or football? All you have to do is go out there and take advantage of those opportunities for redemption. You're gonna have failure. You're gonna screw up. Everybody does, but if you take advantage of those opportunities for redemption, like all these players, like Sark did, like Texas football is doing right now. That's the story people will remember. They won't remember the failure.
Well, guess what? Steve Sarkisian in his battle with alcohol, and I know he still goes to meetings.
Oh, yeah.
That's day by day, right? One day at a time.
No doubt.
That now needs to become the mindset of this team.
Amen, brother.
One day at a time, because it's there. It's all out in front of you. Mm-hmm. But don't let yourself derail yourself. Keep it between the lines here, and keep preparing to your best, and treat every team like you're preparing for Alabama. And this can be a special season, not just a big win. We'll be back when we do. Who said that?
Who said that?
Who said that? Including, is there a coach making excuses out there? What? Also, the rest of the Who Said That? Who said that's? Did Tawana tell you that? Who told you that? We told you that.
Who said it?
Who said it, Rod? Can I play this for you?
Give it to me.
Here is a coach in college football who's very proud of his player, who happens to be his son. Can you tell me who said this?
He's very mature. He's always been very mature, very astute. He studies his butt off, and he's prepared. I'm not happy that we surrendered 7 sacks, I believe, today. But once we got it going and he got his rhythm, he performed greatly. But to take the onus on himself when someone talks about me, that's how he grew up. If someone talked about my kids, I handled it. That's the expectation of a father, not a baby daddy. A father. I'm a real father, and I take pride in that. And I try to teach my sons the same. But overall, as a coach and as a father, I'm truly proud of all 3 of my sons and what they contributed on a daily basis.
There you go.
That's prime time.
Prime, baby.
I know prime. That's prime time.
That was him talking about that maybe there was some Shedeur Sanders. Yeah, that there was some thought that Matt Rule may have taken some shots at Dion or the team or whatever. I don't know when that happened, but apparently before the game, Shedeur was the one that went and confronted some of the Nebraska players.
And he was upset they were on the field, right, on the basically on
that's right. Yeah,
on the symbol. They were on the Buffalo.
They were doing some pregame prep on the Buffalo.
On half,
And he went and took care of business. Get on up out of here.
Yeah, in midfield, I saw some video that he was upset that they were they actually disrespecting the middle of the field, or were they just walking around on it?
Because
I didn't see
intent will not be known, but I don't think he liked it.
I think it was more that MJ used to always he would manufacture like beef. He'd manufacture slights. Something tells me that Shedeur Sanders might have been manufacturing a slight there. Something tells me Nebraska didn't go there. Start stomping on the.
Well, supposedly wasn't Matt Rule? He had some comments earlier last week.
But they can't find them. Basically, everybody's kind of looking for the receipts of what Matt Rule said.
Because Prime was talking about it too.
Yes, everybody keeps talking, but nobody wants the quote. Nobody brings up the quote.
I haven't seen it.
Yes, I haven't seen the quote either. But they were like, "Yeah, Matt Rule said some things that were very, disrespectful to them." Like, what? Where's the quote? Nobody will bring up the quote.
Very complimentary.
Exactly. I think there's a little Michael Jordan manufacturing a slide here going on. Like, Matt Rule.
He's playing up the haters. There's no doubt about that. Because I think everybody has a lot of respect, not just for the 2-0 start, but gosh, they don't turn the ball over. They don't have any penalties. And that quarterback, man, I mean, if you go back and watch that game, Rod, the quarterback mismatch between Shedeur Sanders and Jeff Sims was like one of the most egregious I've ever seen. When one quarterback was in complete control and making plays, threw for 393 yards, 2 touchdowns. Jeff Sims was point shaving. Dropping snaps, throwing picks. I mean, Nebraska actually had the game they wanted. It was 0-0 into the late second quarter. And then Jeff Sims decided to just, implode over a 4-minute period, and the game got out of hand. But Colorado buttoned up and well coached as a football team.
Yeah, man, they're looking good, no doubt, looking good. Yeah, I'm still looking for these comments. I keep hearing people will reference the comments, but nobody will print the comment that Matt Rule said that was so disrespectful.
What do you have for me, Rod?
Okay, let's get to this. Is a quarterback in the NFL.
Hello.
Apparently, there was some trash talk prior to this matchup from a defender, and they're calling out this defender. Here's the audio.
Were you aware at that moment that it was Patrick Peterson who was in coverage on the touchdown?
Honestly, at first, no. I wasn't thinking about any of that. BA was open. He did a great job on the route and got him the ball, scored a touchdown. And then the second touchdown on the right side, the deep ball. Was that on Patrick Peterson? Yeah, and that one, I was like, all right, that felt good. But it was good, man. He's a competitor. I have nothing but respect for Patrick Peterson and everything that he does. So.
Is that Baker?
No, that's Brock Purdy.
Oh, that's right. Patrick Peterson's now in Pittsburgh.
Yes, I think that's yeah. So yeah, that's the hint.
I thought it was still Minnesota, so I was thinking, well, that doesn't sound like Baker, but maybe he's disguising his voice. I don't know.
Yeah, Baker had a great game, but yeah, Patrick Peterson apparently was talking some trash before that matchup.
Awesome.
Saying he wanted to intercept Brock Purdy. He was going to intercept Brock Purdy. So there you go, Brock Purdy, one of his touchdown passes against Patrick Peterson.
All right, from one coach who his team's buttoned up and is 2-0 and looks very well coached to a coach whose team didn't, gave up a 48 number to Miami on Saturday. Is this coach making some excuses for his team's 1-1 start?
The ball they clapped. They simulated our snap count, and our guys heard the clap, and they snapped the ball. We had a whole play we had to play, like a goal line play, and what happened, the ball got snapped early because they simulated the snap count and clapped their hands and snapped the ball.
Oh.
God, he sounds like an idiot all the time.
Tells how you really think there, Ty.
Oh man, that is funny. Okay, well,
we all know who that is.
I know who it is, Jimbo Fisher. I mean, we all know who it is. But whether he was making excuses or was that really happening? First of all, he shouldn't be bringing it up in the post game after you just got your butt kicked by Miami and you got upset. Don't even bring it up.
Unranked
but
Miami.
Was it actually happening? That's the question. I do have.
Yeah, you can talk to the league office about that. Talk to the officials during the game, but don't
bring it up.
No. 28 third quarter, second half points, and lose a game to an unranked team. The Jimbo watch is officially on because I know it's a 70. But with what Texas did on the same day that happened, it's one of those big oligarchs down there will cut a check because they're done with this guy. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, a lot of Aggies fans are saying that Texas already has matched or surpassed the biggest achievement for A&M since they got into the SEC by beating Bama in the manner in which they did in Tuscaloosa already. So I wouldn't say that already, Aggies fans. We still got a little time.
Well, it's just
got to win a Heisman too.
He's been there 6 years now. This is just a mediocre program, and so at that point, what are you doing? I mean, and Texas is on their way to not being a mediocre program. They have been for a while, but it was on full display that night after losing the game, and it was a crossover because we were out at the field house at the crossover doing our pregame show. And thanks again to everybody that came out and hung out with us. It was a great night, and then went crazy when the game was over. But there was a crossover where, I know it's called Fieldhouse at the crossover, but when A&M fans were leaving and they started to bail in the fourth quarter, and that's when Texas fans were showing up to watch the game.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, there was Texas fans at that point were a little nervous. They're getting their game face on, and obviously we know everybody left happy.
Got a text or somebody sent me. These are the comments I guess everybody's talking about that Matt Rule disrespected Deion. Quote, I hear other schools say they can't wait for today, the transfer portal. They can't wait to go out. I can't wait to coach my guys. Let me tell you that. I'm not here. I'm not thinking about anybody else but this team out here.
Well, look, a lot of coaches were not happy when he was cutting players and turning the roster over that way. But you're right. Deion's got a little rabbit ears right now. He's looking for things to use as motivation, and he's got a tough schedule. Colorado State this week, and then at Oregon, home to USC in the next 3 weeks for the Buffaloes. Longhorns have Wyoming this week. They've opened up as a near 4-touchdown favorite. We'll talk more Texas football coming up. Also a little more Who Said That, because there was an interesting piece written that I want to read for you, Rod, that I think Longhorn fans are going to like to hear coming out of Tuscaloosa. We'll have that for you coming up. It's Ian Rod B. 1 hour to go. It's the fabulous 5th hour on a Monday. We roll all the way to 11 o'clock.
Hook 'em up with E and Rod P. Brought to you by Bud Light on the Horn.
Well, I had a buddy back in 81, and we made ourselves
The fabulous fifth hour with sad news with Charlie Robinson. Also 9/11. We will remember. We'll see what they do tonight with the Monday Night Football broadcast in New York or New Jersey. I'm sure that'll be quite moving. And we'll never forget the nearly 2,800 lives lost on that terrible day 22 years ago.
Amen, brother.
Today.
Amen.
Where were you, Rod? I've not heard that story. I was on the air with the Buck and doing this show and told the people of Austin, or whoever was tuning in, we were talking about your coach, Mac Brown, and I think Greg Davis was a big target of conversation that morning for whatever reason.
Oh, yeah.
But 22 years ago, just like today, talking Texas football and the world changed.
I was on campus, I believe. I was in Jester Dorm, and my suite mate was Chris Sims, actually, one of my best friends in the world.
Oh, my gosh.
Exactly. He actually knew people that worked in the tower. So he was a wreck. And remember, nobody's phones were working.
That's right. New
And
York
it was too many.
down.
Yeah, it was too many people, I guess, trying to call, whatever. Like the phones.
His family's up there. His
Yeah,
dad.
he was in our American kind of, in our American grit. And the intestinal fortitude of this country, and a lot of folks who stepped up to the plate and were courageous and brave enough to say, no, I need to defend this country if we're under attack. And it brought the country together in a way that, honestly, I don't think I've seen since.
Those stories are haunting and always just bring chills. Gosh.
I know.
I remember I did a show for a little bit with the guy Mike Rosenthal, who was with the Minnesota, played for the Vikings and the Giants. And was the Austin I head football coach for a while
Yeah,
now.
remember that.
Well, Mike was a great guy and a great guy to do a show with, but he told the story that they had played Monday Night Football at Denver that night before. Remember the Giants, and they couldn't fly back in. They flew back, and then it just I'm trying to remember his story because they played Monday Night Football. I think there was a weather delay or something getting out of Denver. I forget what it was, but then just all those stories are just like, man. I mean,
Yeah.
But we will never forget. We will never forget, my friends.
Yeah.
So thanks for bearing with it. But obviously there's a lot of excitement to talk about, including the Longhorn victory, emphatically the Cowboys victory. Can I play this for you? Because we just came off of Who Said That. Can I play Chris Collinsworth for you last night? Listen to this at the end of the game. You might have gone to bed already, but Ty was soaking it all in. Up 40-0 and a beaten Giants team thoroughly. Here's Chris Collinsworth.
Yeah. I mean, this is awful. I mean, I don't know what else to say. We've all been in games like this. I've played in more than my fair share where nothing goes right. The rain, the whole bit, the passing game can't get going at all. And Aaron Rodgers up next.
That's who Dallas has next.
The Dallas Cowboys. I'm sure he's paying attention.
Only
There you
good
go.
news
There you
out
go.
of
This
that.
is just awful. This is just awful.
He was letting him have it.
Yeah,
he was not holding back.
Well, it was not a good game plan.
It was a terrible game plan.
And Brian Daboll, one of the reasons I was curious about it was, what does he come up with? He knows what Dan Quinn is up to, and they know each other very well. No secrets here, and that's a good way to say congratulations to Ty Henderson, our producer. Had a good weekend as our degenerate gambler. But you hit some picks this weekend. Now, your Illinois pick to start the weekend was not strong.
No.
That was not strong.
Can you tell me what I took?
You took Rice.
That was a good one.
They
That was
won
a
the game
great
outright.
one. Yeah.
Beat the Cougs. Cougar High. You beat Vandy. You had Vandy. I don't know what happened there.
They lost by more than 10.
All right,
so I lost.
so you're 1-2 there, but then Colorado you took, and then you took the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay.
Yeah.
And personally, I had a 50-unit weekend. So
nice.
Well done. And you were howling them Browns. Browns beat the hell out of Bengals. Actually, I think it held Joe Burrow to his lowest QBR in his career.
Like 83 yards passing.
I think it was lowest passing yards of his career.
I have him on one of my fantasy teams.
Yeah.
So I know very well how that went.
I had Texas, so I hit that. I had Baylor, UTSA, Baltimore, and Texas Tech. I would have had a good week, except Texas Tech got the bad beat because I had Baltimore, Texas, and Baylor, who Baylor didn't win the game, but they covered. UTSA did not cover. That would have been my one loss until Texas Tech. Wreck-em Tech. They killed me.
So we both went 3-2.
Yeah, both 3-2.
Believing in Joe me the money.
Well, and it was 31-30, Rod. with 15 seconds to go. All they were doing was running the clock out. The game was over. And Tyler Shuck drops back and takes a sack, fumble recovery, touchdown. Now, they could have still kicked a field goal. I get that. So they weren't giving up, but it was unlikely. But all I needed was not the pick six. All Texas Tech got to do either – if they won the game, that would have been great. That couldn't happen. Or the fumble return, bad beat, Rod.
That helped me, though. That contributed to my 50 units.
Good job,
there you go.
friend.
Thank you.
Red Raider.
Nice picks.
Red Raider going to Red Raider.
Hey, we'll have some What's Poppin' picks for the night because in addition to Aaron Rodgers and the Jets playing Josh Allen and the Bills, there's a huge series in Major League Baseball if you're still paying attention. The Texas Rangers.
I thought you stated that. If you're still paying attention.
Well, I am, but I know a lot of people are.
If your bandwidth isn't full with football of college and NFL variety.
Listen, the Rangers have a huge series this week, 4 games in Toronto. This could determine their fate. If they don't get their act together, that series, those 7 games with the Mariners at the end of the year won't matter because this series with the Blue Jays is the half a game separates Toronto and Texas right now for the final playoff spot in the American League. It's and the Astros are starting to pull away a little bit, up 2.5 games now. So baseball, football tonight, and Texas football conversation. In addition to the Rod's rant and the behind the burnt orange curtain from last hour, Rod, the other college football stories. We heard Jimbo Fisher. So that's a bit of a controversy now. Is his time there is wearing thin.
I think at this point, he had a better record than Jimbo Fisher through at this point in their tenure.
Someone, yeah,
Someone.
he did.
Yeah.
Well, he had a Heisman Trophy winner. He beat Bama a couple times. This Jimbo, it's just a mediocre.
But he didn't have the resources to recruit there like Jimbo has had.
No,
they put everything behind Jimbo. All their BMDs, big money boosters and donor, all that.
Well, think
cash
about it this way:
in their NIL prowess.
I read an interesting commentary that one of the reasons that Bama is down from where they've been is the recruiting that Jimbo Fisher has done.
Oh yeah,
that a lot of the guys that Nick Saban alleged they paid for would have been guys who would have landed in Tuscaloosa. And then, like you were saying, where are the war daddies on their defensive line? Well, those war daddies that would be playing for Nick Saban are underperforming at Alabama at Texas A&M.
And being underdeveloped at A&M.
Right.
But they're being overpaid.
They're being well paid.
Overpaid, but underdeveloped.
And that's, there's an SEC commentary about that hey, there was a reason Nick Saban was so angry that he publicly called out Jimbo Fisher.
That makes sense. That's a good point.
Like those were some dudes, like the Walter Nolans of the world and those number 1 defensive linemen who normally go to Alabama and then straight off to the NFL.
Yeah.
They went to A&M. Remember that number 1 defensive line class? Well, they just gave up 48.
That's
48
crazy.
to Michigan or to
Miami.
Miami.
That's crazy.
And Tyler Van Dyke. I don't know. The other controversies in college football, I want to hear this because I just sent this to you, Ty. So at Norman, one of my other mentioned picks was SMU. SMU they also had a bad beat late in that game, and then they lost by 17. The line was 16. But either way, SMU kept it close into the fourth quarter, but Oklahoma won the game. And Art Briles was on the sidelines near the end of the game, wearing an Oklahoma, long sleeve shirt, one of the football pieces of football gear. So he looked kind of like a member of the staff. So people at Norman, of course, were irate that Jeff Levy, of course, is married to Art Briles' daughter. And so he's just
the grandfather of his kids.
Right. But there's reporting in Alabama, a guy named Jason Kersey, Alabama, I want to get my schools mixed up. There's reporting in it's the Fabulous Fifth Hour.
You got Bama on the brain, though.
There's a reporter there for Oklahoma named Jason Kersey who says that there was a deal made when they hired Jeff Levy to be the offensive coordinator that there was no Art Briles, right? No Art Briles
shall not be named. Don't bring him around there.
We'll deal with the fallout because people were going to be upset about it, but we'll take cover for you. Just don't bring him around, essentially. Okay. Well, there he was on the sidelines.
He was on the sideline, man.
We're wanting to see his son-in-law, and here's Jeff Levy answering the questions of what's going on with Art Briles being there. Bad look for Oklahoma.
Did you reach out to Art Briles and invite him onto the sideline tonight?
That's my father-in-law. So he's my father-in-law. That's the grandfather to my 2 kids. So he was down with our entire family after the game, but he was down there and with the entire family.
I think there's going to be people that have trouble squaring that a little bit because of his...
Yeah, well, he's with his entire family. That's my father-in-law. That's the grandfather to my 2 kids.
All right, so there he is.
That's our family. He's family. So it's hard to argue with that. He was there with family. Now, the question was,
He wasn't on the field during the game.
If he wasn't on, this was an after the game thing where a lot of people come onto the field after the game, and he was one of those people. A lot of those people are family members and family and friends of the coaches and of players or staff. So, that happens a lot. And I guess what was the agreement like? Exactly. What was the details of it?
There's been reporting that there was an agreement.
Did they say he couldn't come around at all?
That's what you'll hear about today. I don't know the answer.
Or was he just not allowed in the field?
I
hard to say he can't come to the university, can't be in the stands and watch a game.
Regardless of the agreement, that's something that's pretty hard to enforce. Like you can't
Yes, I agree.
Legally, it's like you can come to the games, and like I don't have any problem with it. It's his family. It's not like Art Briles out there making calls for them or scouting.
I'm with Ty. I got no problem with him, man. He's with his family. He shouldn't be in charge of any program where he is responsible for mentoring young people and influencing young people. We all agree with that. We're all on the same page. I mean, he's just going to a football game with his family. He can't do that either?
No.
No, he can't do that.
Well, he's a villain.
I would see if
he's a villain and rightfully a villain.
He's like OJ, but OJ can OJ not go through again? Y'all don't want to see OJ in public ever again?
Not on my sidelines. Not wearing the colors. Not wearing the colors.
I would say OJ has not been to a football game that I can remember in a while. He used to go to those Buffalo Bills games, but he would never go in the stadium. He'd hang out outside with the unruly fans. I want to say he's done that a couple of times. Yeah, hang out. I mean,
OJ's great for content.
OJ's great for content. Art Briles is not.
Not so much.
Art Briles is not. Great point.
Yeah, I was actually surprised to see how much of the furor there was, but it kind of makes sense if there was a deal. Hey, we want you to call our offense, but we don't want your father-in-law around.
Mm-hmm.
We'll take one without the other. And of course, Kendall Briles is calling plays at TCU.
Yes, he is.
Right now, that would be the son of Art Briles.
Yep.
So yes.
You might see him up there. Do they have an agreement too at TCU?
Well, and
he doesn't come around.
And both of those guys were on the staff at Baylor when all this was going down, and that leads to the other controversy because now you have Michigan State's Mel Tucker and Brenda Tracy, the sexual violence advocate who she was gang raped herself in college and has become a big advocate for women being heard
for victims of sexual assault
and not being ignored when this happens, especially when it's athletes and football related. She came to prominence through the Baylor situation because she was a strong voice of these women need a voice that were not heard by Art Briles and the Baylor coaches, and now she's back into a situation with Mel Tucker at Michigan State.
Yeah, a USA Today investigation published early Sunday found Tracy filed a complaint with the university's Title IX office claiming Tucker made sexual comments towards her and there was a very inappropriate conduct over the phone. I won't even say exactly what it is. Master of his domain, that kind of thing. Not being master of his domain.
That was she's on the phone?
That's the allegation that. Yeah, he was making sexual comments towards her.
Going on?
Sounds like that comedian.
And he was not,
That comedian got in trouble for the same thing?
Yes.
Over the phone? No,
yes. Basically, he was gratifying himself over the phone. That's the claim, by the way. And that traumatized her even more because of her, of course, past sexual assault. So, and he claims he did. He said all that happened. He said that indeed happened.
But it was consensual.
It was consensual. He's saying it was consensual. She's saying I did not give consent for that. So that's where we are now. They're trying to decide between was it consensual or did she decide this was inappropriate and she did not give her consent for such behavior. So that's what we're stuck at. The investigation is trying to figure that out.
The irony of all that coming back together with controversy in Norman. And we'll hear from Brett Venables today. He was asked about it after the game and didn't have much comment, but obviously now there's been 2 days to think about it, and there's stories been written. About
Oklahoma. Yeah, and he kind of threw Levy under the bus a little bit. I heard that it's like, hey man, that was on him. I ain't got nothing to do with that.
Well, that's why, and that's what you wonder is going to be said today.
I ain't got nothing to do with that. It's Levy.
Because if there was a deal made that hey, we're hiring you, but no Art Briles, and then that happened, and Brett Venables didn't defend him after the game and said that's on him. Well, there could be something coming today from Brett Venables. We'll see.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'll throw this out there about Brent Venables because he's been really hands-on with that defense. That game against Arkansas State, they were great. Only missed 3 tackles in that game after averaging 13.5 missed tackles in 2022. SMU has had a top 15 scoring offense in each of the last 4 seasons. That offense can score. Period. SMU, they are not an offense that lacks firepower. In any of those years, they've never, ever scored as few as 11 points. Tonight, that 11 points they scored against Oklahoma, that was their lowest scoring output since 2017. So people were like, oh, man, Oklahoma didn't beat SMU by enough. SMU usually scores a lot of points, and they very rarely score 11 points or fewer. Haven't had that happen since 2017. Been a top 15 scoring offense last 4 years. Throwing it out there, Brent Venables doing some really good stuff on that defense.
Just different than we're used to with Lincoln Riley. More defense and less offense, and that's obvious with the coach that he is and the type of program he's going to want. And, the defense has been really good. But again, the frustrating part for me is that, and I think for a lot of fans, is Oklahoma really won't be tested until they play Texas in the Cotton Bowl. We won't know just truly how good they are. Texas just got tested, right? Texas just got to, show what they are on the biggest stage against, one of the best brands and teams in the country. Oklahoma won't get that chance until they play Texas, because Texas has now proven that they are one of those teams. Oklahoma will be ranked because, again, the scheduling gods did them such a gift to put the – and yet also remember this, Rod, that when the move to the SEC was announced, Oklahoma was scheduled to play Georgia this year. And both teams have easy schedules because they canceled that game. They canceled that game.
Smart move.
And so neither will be tested when they get into conference play. And Georgia smacked around Ball State, who I like to call Testicle Tech. But they wow. But look, here's Oklahoma. Let me get to the schedule. This is ridiculous. We've done it all season, but Oklahoma before they play Texas,
it's favorable.
Arkansas State, SMU, Tulsa, at Cincinnati, Iowa State before they play Texas.
They should be undefeated.
They will be undefeated. They'll probably be in the top 10 potentially with upsets that are going to happen. And right now they're at 18.
I still sense at least a 2-score win for Texas in that game.
We'll see where we are when we get there. But, yes, Texas will be their most formidable test, to say the least, because Iowa State's not good this year. Cincinnati had a nice win.
I would say Cincinnati
beat
a
Pittsburgh,
test, but
Cincinnati beat the Pitt Panthers.
Yeah,
at Pittsburgh. And Pat Narduzzi's built a good program there. So to go in on the road and win that game, that'll be far and away their toughest game. That's September 23rd when the Longhorns are playing Baylor. And, by the way, Baylor is careening towards a 1-5 start for Dave Aranda after losing to Utah.
They played them tougher than I thought, though.
Up 13. Well, we talked about it last week. When your athletic director says that's inexcusable when you lose to Texas State, you're going to play harder. You're going to play tougher. And they were up 13-3, Rod.
Yeah, they had it.
They're up 13-3, and then 14 fourth quarter Utah points, and they lose that game. So, yes, we will. That Cincinnati game at Cincinnati.
That's a test.
That'll be one of those marquee Big 12 games. But right now, the best teams in the Big 12 appear to be playing in the state of Kansas with K-State.
K-State, man. We all knew K-State was going to be good. That's not shocking anybody.
How about the win for Kansas? They beat Illinois.
When they got Jalen
night.
Daniels back.
Yeah.
When they have Jalen Daniels playing quarterback, that offense is one of the best offenses in the country. Now, their defense is just as bad as their offense is good.
Yes.
That's the problem for Kansas. So they can't necessarily – they can beat Texas, but it would have to be in a shootout, like 48-45 type thing.
I'll give you this. They played Illinois out of the Big Ten, right? Brett Bielema's team. Mm-hmm. He just had a bunch of dudes drafted into the NFL, including the 5th pick of the draft was a corner that the Seahawks took. Witherspoon. They just gave up – Brett Bielema's team on Friday night gave up 539 yards of offense to Kansas.
I'm telling you.
277 through the air, 262 on the ground, Brett Bielema. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Lance Leopold, that offense is nasty. And by the way, they play 2 quarterbacks sometimes. They'll play Jalen Daniels and Jason Bean because they believe they're really good.
Jalen Daniels threw for 277 yards in the game. Jason Bean threw for 276 yards
in the game. They'll have a 2-quarterback system sometimes. Like they'll put them both on the field at the same time. And be tossing back the ball back and forth. I'm telling you.
The running back, Devin Neal, had 214 yards rushing. A guy named Henshaw had 127.
That offense, I'm telling you, it's one of the best offenses in the country. It just y'all not used to me saying that about Kansas football.
No.
But that's what Lance Leopold's done. And I can't even pronounce the offensive coordinator's name. Kotelnicki? Is it Kotelnicki?
They did pretty good right
there. Something like that. But he's amazing. He won't be there very long. They just paid him, I think, gave him a bonus to try to keep him there. I'm telling you guys, that's why he was picked to be the Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year. In the preseason, Jalen Daniels is a real deal, man. He was a Heisman front runner before he got hurt last year, and then he got hurt and everything went off the rails for Kansas.
Well, now they got 2 quarterbacks, and Texas will play Kansas here. Correct? That game is here.
Yes, it is because you played them up there last year. You're gonna need it here too because they're gonna score.
This said, when I went to Ball State, we also called it Testicle Tech. In the late 80s, it was 4-1 women to men. Sounds like a good campus.
That's
Should
awesome.
it not be called Testicle Tech then?
That's true. He's right about that, actually. This 4-1 women to men, it should be called
You know where
else.
I learned that first? It was I heard that from David Letterman. David Letterman went to Ball State, and he used to call it
You can
Testicle
call
Tech.
it, what about, yeah, you can call it something else for the ladies, like with the breasts.
Breast
but
state.
Call it, no, not that, but what the street term for it.
Titty State?
It starts with a V, I think.
No, that was actually where I was going. I just didn't think he was going to.
He's Ty. What do you think? There's a filter in there?
I did.
You think there's a filter on that man?
Temporarily, I thought, yes. He's like, oh. Just
Hey, the kids are out of the car line now. We're good.
Okay.
Well, Tessa, I thought you were going to go like the Seinfeld episode Mulva.
With a name with a female body part?
Yeah.
Do you remember what it was? What her name was?
I don't.
It was Dolores.
Dolores.
Dolores! That's right.
Mulva. Hey, we'll come back. Still a great text coming in. This says, guys, Illinois also lost their best defensive coordinator. He went to Purdue.
Oh, there you go. That explains a lot.
539 yards. That's not a good showing for Brett Bielema's team. We'll be back. Longhorns had a great showing in Tuscaloosa. We go behind that burnt orange curtain one more time as Rod has been doing the deep dive analysis of the Longhorn performance, both sides of the ball. Longhorns, the talk of the college football landscape after their beatdown. I can call it a beatdown, right, Ron?
Yeah. I mean,
physically imposing 10-point win.
Outcoached Bama, outplayed Bama, won the lines of scrimmage against Bama. I mean, honestly, I don't. You got to go back a long time.
Their own mistakes prevented it from being a much larger score.
Yes, they dropped some touchdown passes, but I mean, you could argue that the last time Bama was beat this thoroughly at home, I mean, you got to probably go back to Nick Saban's first year. I haven't looked at it. I'm just saying, like, think about this. According to ESPN Stats and Info, this was the first time in Nick Saban's 223 games at Alabama that the Tide were outgained, lost the turnover battle, I should say, allowed more sacks, committed more penalties, and had worse average starting field position than their opponent. It's never happened in Nick Saban's 223 games at home at Alabama that they were outgained, lost the turnover battle, allowed more sacks than their opponent, committed more penalties, and had a worse average starting field position than their opponent. It's never happened. That's the most thorough beatdown anybody's ever had of Nick Saban at home, arguably, period.
Well, and this text here says not to nitpick after a great win, but Rod's takes on the running game. Rod told you all last week that it was going to be hard to line up with the traditional run game against his Bama front. But the short passing game became an extension of the run game, as we talked about. And when they needed to run in the last 7 minutes and run out the clock, guess what they did? They ran the ball. They ran the ball. And Cole Hudson and DJ Campbell and that group got nasty. That offensive line, a lot of plaudits here because the two best players on the best group on the Alabama side, right? I mean, we know Kool-Aid McKinstry is a really good corner, but the Longhorns have too many weapons for just one good corner to deal with, right?
Exactly.
And they did say they schemed X-Man into a safety coverage at one point on his long touchdown. A.D. Mitchell just makes plays. But Dallas Turner and Chris Braswell are their most impactful game wreckers, and the two tackles for Texas locked them up.
Yep.
Those guys didn't have an impact.
Yeah. I mean, Dallas Turner, I remember him making one play on the fourth down, and that's about it. But to allow 0 sacks versus Alabama. To me, of all the just really amazing, extraordinary stats and nuggets that came out of this game, I think considering where Longhorn fans were in their confidence level of the offensive line prior to the Bama game, coming off the Rice game where Rice actually was able to hit Quinn Ewers a lot and had 10 pressures. I believe they had 3 sacks in that game. If you had asked Longhorn fans about their confidence level going to play Alabama after that Rice game, they probably would have been freaking out, and it probably would have been a really low number. But then you got the offensive line versus Bama to be the only group since 2014 to allow fewer than 3 quarterback pressures and 0 sacks in a single game against Alabama. That is probably the most remarkable turnaround. Quinn Ewers is probably second because we've seen Quinn Ewers ceiling a little bit. We've seen it flash. Alabama 2022 for the first quarter. Oklahoma that year in 2022, his first game back after the injury. We've seen him flash. Even in the Washington game,
right?
We saw some of those flashes from Quinn. So we've seen flashes. We haven't seen that kind of dominance from this O-line. We have not seen that at all. We haven't even seen flashes of it. That was a whole new O-line out there. They were unrecognizable. So I think O-line easily biggest surprise. D-line, we expected that kind of dominance actually. They went 12 deep versus Rice, and that's been the strength of the defense for the last 2 years. Put 2 guys in the league last year, and that D-line may be even deeper now that you got actual edge rushers like Ethan Berg that can contribute, and Barron Sorrell, and what Anthony Hill did off the edge. The offensive line, easily, by far and away, the biggest surprise, and you may argue the biggest reason you won that game versus Bama. If everybody else performs at the level expected, Quinn, wide receivers, running backs, D-line, defense, they all perform at the level expected, you're in that game, but I don't know if you win that game. You won that game because the O-line kept Quinn clean, and like you said, they finished strong. They imposed their will on them.
They ran the ball early, doesn't matter. They ran the ball late, which is when you have to win games. And that was said all last week. I mean, I don't want to say I don't care, but it doesn't really matter to me what happens in the first 3 quarters. What's going to happen in the fourth is what matters, because that's going to tell the tale of this team. That was the tale of this team last year. And what did we see? They didn't flinch. They bounced back after falling behind in the third quarter. Then when they give up the quick touchdown for Jalen Milroe, they attacked right back and retook a double-digit lead and then closed it out. I mean, those last 4 drives, Rod, 24 plays, 21 points. chewed up the last 7 minutes of the clock. I mean, 189 yards of offense on those last 4 drives.
Wow.
It's just impressive. Very, very impressive.
Always be closing, baby.
Didn't they say that on the broadcast that Vince Young went up to Quinn Ewers before one of the last drives and told him to go finish it?
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
That was it.
That got me fired up. If I remember
Quinn
that
played
correctly.
with the fire in his belly,
right.
man.
And Quinn said that to his teammates. And there were reports that other guys that was the war cry on the sideline. Finish. We're in it because we're better. We're in it because we have committed ourselves and we have sacrificed for this. We've game planned and prepared for it. We're a better prepared team. We are a better team. We're a more talented team. But that doesn't matter if you don't finish. Go finish.
Yeah.
And that's what they did.
That was one of the biggest roadblocks. I mean, keeping them from being considered an elite team. And now
Sure,
the
that was
sky's
the
limit.
roadblock.
You shouldn't lose a game.
Now it's about
totally agree.
your week in, week out preparation and your week in, week out focus. And that's what we'll find out. We'll hear from Sark today. I'm assuming that's the message. We got a 24-hour rule. We're going to celebrate this one for a day, but now it's time on to Wyoming. And look, if you're looking for motivation, Sark can say, look, they beat Texas Tech. Do not take this Wyoming bunch lightly. They beat the Red Raiders. They beat one of our rivals or one of our conference mates. So they're going to be looking to come in here and pull the upset. Do not mess around with this. And that will be when we truly know this team is back. Because you can say, because right now it's one huge win, monumental win.
Yep.
But a satisfying win, but do not be satisfied. It's got to be the message. And, if you can build on this and make this your everyday level of intensity in a football game, they're going to be really, really hard to beat the rest of the way. This says, guys, on your Ball State conversation, call it Chesticle Tech.
Well done. Thank you, Texas. Your imagination and your creativity
Tech
never fails. Chesticle Tech. I love it. It's great. It's fantastic.
Unbelievable. All right. Can we that was pretty much the burnt orange curtain, but let's do it one more time behind the BOC.
Let's do it.
We're going to play a little What's Poppin' before the top of the hour. Let's get you caught up, though, in some football.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right. Yeah, we just basically had one of those behind the burnt orange curtain segments just there talking Texas football, but why not more Texas football discussion because what they did in Tuscaloosa is worth lots of conversation and debate. And I just been giving a lot of props to Steve Sarkisian and the offensive game plan. And we probably should give more props to the defensive game plan too because it was a damn good one. But we knew that Sark had to find a way to get Quinn Ewers in a groove, in a rhythm, and get them confident early on that game. As E has brought up many a times, you go look at the 5 teams, prior to Texas beating Alabama in Tuscaloosa that had beaten Bama in Bama, and one of the common denominators was, the quarterback, and a transcendent performance by your quarterback. Your quarterback having a great day or being the best version of himself on that day you play Bama. That's what we needed from Quinn Ewers, and you got to give Sark a ton of credit. I talked about how the high percentage passing game had to become an extension of the running game. I just didn't think Texas was going to be able to line up and run the ball versus Bama with a traditional running game. And Sark, based on the game plan, he believed the very same thing. He believed that Texas would fall short if they just lined up and tried to run the ball at Alabama in a traditional way. So he used the short high percentage passing game as an extension of the running game. If you go look at passes behind the line of scrimmage, Quinn Ewers was 12 of 13 on passes behind the line of scrimmage. Those are just screens. Those are wide receiver screens, running back screens, swing screens, those flat routes, the smoke routes to wide receivers. And that was a lot of the early game plan, but he was able to scheme open through play design yak opportunities, right, for guys to catch the ball and get yards after the catch. And based on that early part of the game plan, I think that's what got Quinn Ewers really comfortable. And it was also pretty obvious, that these were plays that Quinn Ewers and the offense have been practicing not only for weeks, yes, and I mean during the Rice week. It's pretty. I think you can reasonably jump to the conclusion that Texas didn't really prepare for Rice at all. And during that week, they were probably doing Bama prep, not telling the players. I'm talking about coaches doing it in a covert fashion, but probably putting in more or at least as much Bama material as Rice material. And I think Quinn showed his comfort level with a lot of these plays, the timing of the plays, a lot of the pre-snap motions and shifts with these plays, because he did not seem rattled. He did not seem, and a lot of that was the protection from the offensive line, but he did not seem nervous at all. Running these plays, he seemed like he was dialed in. I think a lot of it was the repetition. They had run these plays all off season, during the spring, and I think they were running them during Rice week too. Just not calling them during the Rice game.
Yeah. It was everything Texas could have asked for. The Rice game played a perfect pawn for Sark.
It was a rope-a-dope.
It was the rope-a-dope.
The Rice game was rope-a-dope.
Yeah. Well, I do think Sark was genuinely ticked off at his team for kind of lollygagging on the offensive line, but it allowed him to coach really hard during the game week prep, go some good on good, and really sharpen this team. And they played physical football on Saturday. Hey, Rod, real quick, a piece of breaking news, because we talked earlier about the Brett Venables story, the Oklahoma story, Art Briles on the field. All right, we now have the AD quoted, and our guy Jeff Levy may be in a bit of hot water, to say the least.
No, this ain't good.
So Joe Castiglione, because Brett Venables said after the game, I've had no time to really think about any of that. I had no idea Art Briles was on the field in the postgame. Here's Joe Castiglione, basically saying it shouldn't have happened. He said, I was just as disappointed as many of our fans when I learned of the postgame situation tonight. It shouldn't have happened, and it wasn't my expectation. It was my expectation that it ever would. Based on the boundaries we previously set, I've addressed it with the appropriate staff.
Boundaries we previously set. So there was a gentleman's agreement.
Or an agreement.
An agreement.
You can have Jeff Levy, but no Art Briles.
But no Art Briles. And maybe that agreement was made with Venables and maybe Venables did not necessarily.
That's bad leadership if that's the case.
Yeah, maybe he didn't communicate that with Jeff Levy, that, hey, man, he can't come around here.
I don't care if he is your father-in-law and the grandfather of your kids.
Yes. He don't come. He can go to road games. Okay, we got a lot of road games.
You want to get the guy tickets and put him in the stands, that's fine.
That's fine too.
And not only was he on the field, he's on the field with an Oklahoma hat and with an Oklahoma shirt. I mean, it was like he looked like a member of the staff. And so, yes, clearly that Joe Castiglione knew it was a chance for some bad PR to hire Jeff Levy in the first place. Because, again, Jeff Levy and Kendall Briles were on that staff.
They were both
when all this went down. So, but they've come through it, and they've both been able to work. And Kendall's coaching at TCU right now. But, that's interesting because that wasn't just reporting. Now it's the AD saying, no, we had an agreement. And it got broken. And you wonder – you got to be able to trust your people. What got Art Briles in hot water at Baylor? Like sweeping stuff under the rug, not paying attention to important situations. This is now Jeff Levy doing the same thing, like almost sticking your finger in the face of your boss.
Wasn't that what his technical wasn't lack of institutional control?
Yeah, for sure. And this is Joe Castiglione saying, "Yo, we talked about this."
Yeah,
man.
We talked about it. It's like when Tom Herman went rogue with the Eyes of Texas thing, and CDC basically got other coaches to go on the record with Chip Brown's piece saying, "No, everybody had a plan for the Eyes of Texas." You went rogue with yours, but everybody else had a plan for how it was supposed to go, and your boss throwing you under the bus.
Well, I think that it was nearing an end with Chris Del Conte and Tom Herman at that point, but that was it. When that got, then it became a war of words in the media. Then CDC was putting out his info and getting it to the people he needed to. That was over, and it was only a matter. That's why when Tom Herman was fired after winning the bowl game, I was surprised that people were surprised. I was like,
yeah,
those two guys don't like each other, y'all. That's his boss. And you could say it might seem harsh to fire Jeff Levy, but Joe Castiglione's a no doubt about it guy. And move the discretion. How big of a discretion was it, or indiscretion is it? Versus, dude, we talked about this.
Did he tell him that's the question. If he told Jeff Levy to his face, Art Briles does not come around this program, and I don't want him near or affiliated with our program. If he told him that face to face, he could be fired because there's nothing to be lost in translation. I told you.
Yeah, I told you.
And you defied me.
And then in the post game, you say, "Well, he's my father, my father-in-law."
I don't care about that. That doesn't matter here.
I knew that when I hired you.
Yeah. So that to me, if he told Venables and Venables didn't relay the message, then you could have something lost in translation. But if Castiglione told Jeff Levy when he hired him, "Hey, father-in-law cannot be around here, man. I don't want to see him on OU property with our stuff on, affiliated with our stuff." Yeah, I think he could be fired if that's the case.
He said it shouldn't have happened.
That's insubordination.
It shouldn't have happened, and it was my expectation it never would, based on boundaries we previously set.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Did he tell you Levy to your face? Did you get that order?
Man. We previously set.
From
That sounds
Castillo.
a lot like CDC with Tom Herman. All right, we'll come back. When we do, we will hit some What's Poppin' on our way out to the top of the hour and hand it to Jim Rome. We'll also go watch that Sark news conference, which is coming up at 11 o'clock, reviewing the Alabama win now after watching the film, and now looking forward to Wyoming. It's Ian Rod B. What's Poppin' next? What is poppin'? Not Brett Venables. By the way, now listen to this. This is going to get interesting today. All eyes will be focused on Steve Sarkisian and his news conference, but according to our man Chris Bennett, Jeff Lebby not only had Art Browse on the field after previously apparently agreeing to not have Art Browse around the Oklahoma program.
Oh, no.
He changed his Instagram and Facebook profile pictures to a picture of he and his kids with Art Browse in an Oklahoma shirt.
Oh, yeah, that ain't good.
That ain't good.
That ain't good. Yeah, boss ain't going to like that.
Boss don't like that.
Boss ain't going to like that.
Damn.
Is he trying to be openly defiant now? Are we at that point?
That would seem to be
like
not just disobedient,
insubordinate.
But man, that's like, yo.
Like middle finger kind of stuff. Like hey, I'm doing what I do and doing it. It's family. Family over, my profession or whatever.
I'm interested to see that. And that statement from Joe Castiglione is pretty unambiguous.
Yeah, I need to know if Joe Castiglione told Jeff Lebby to his face, hey, your father-in-law can't be around here. Just so you know, man. I love you. I think you're great. It ain't nothing personal, but he can't be around here because we don't want to deal with the blowback. If he told him that and he's still running around, yeah, Jeff Lebby's gone. Yeah. He's gone.
If Brett Venables made the agreement for him while hiring him.
Now, that's a different discussion.
And he didn't make sure that was really clear to his assistant coach. Well, that's a problem, too.
That's a problem. I don't know if Jeff Lebby get fired then because you can blame, you got somebody else to blame for it. It's like, man, my boss, Jeff Lebby, my boss, the head coach didn't tell me.
Well, Joe Castiglione could just say, look, then that's on you. I'm firing the guy, and you can blame yourself. And you got to find a new OC right in the middle of the season.
That's a bad. I would say that's bad optics though for a program that is as respected and usually as buttoned up as Oklahoma. Oklahoma, we talk trash in Oklahoma all the time because they're our rival. But Oklahoma, that's a damn fine.
I respect
program.
Oklahoma.
Yes,
I do not respect A&M.
We are exactly.
Well, they've dominated the Big 12. They've got the trophy cabinet full, and it's a great program traditionally. Yeah. But, Barry Switzer used to have guys with machine guns in the dorms. I mean, they don't care.
This is fair. Okay, it's true. True that. Good point.
I haven't heard that story.
Go back to the 80s,
Switzer.
Man.
They write a book on that?
I don't know if it was machine guns.
They write a book on the Switzer years?
There was some armory.
They write a book on the Switzer years. They had to have wrote a book on the Switzer years. If not, somebody needs to do it right now.
All right, so
make some money.
My man, RB. But Ty, though, what do you have? What's our Sex Panther?
Oh, yeah.
Pick of the night. We've got several to choose from. Hopefully it's on that Monday Night Football game we got coming.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Do we have your quote, your Sex Panther? Because you were more than 60% this week, I think. I think you were strong.
They've done studies, 60% of the time it works every time.
Every time. Unless you get a bad beat like the Red
close.
Raiders.
You were like 4 of 7 on your pick, something like that, right?
Well, so we did our 5, and then I gave the people
you gave us
a special Cleveland one.
Yeah.
I did. I mean, personally,
4 6, okay.
I was undefeated personally on everything I actually bet on this weekend, which hasn't happened in a very long time. I'm knocking on wood back here, but tonight let's keep it going. Monday Night Football. Jets are underdogs +2. We're going to go ahead and take that. I know that the offensive line, there's some concerns, but that defense is too damn good to lose this game.
You're taking the favorite. Now, Rod, what was your stat you gave about the road teams in the NFL this weekend?
12-3. The road teams are 12-3 against the spread. First time since 2006 we've had that happen.
If the Jets do lose, it'll be because Aaron Rodgers throws 2 or more interceptions. He usually is not very good on week 1, but I think
played in the preseason this time.
Yeah, enough preparation, both mentally and physically this offseason. I think the Jets are going to be really good this year.
All right, that casual audience will show up. I mean, that's what that Texas-Alabama game brought, is the casual foot fan that wanted to because it was such a big spectacle. Yeah. This will have that too tonight because of the hard knocks and the Aaron Rodgers factor.
Yeah, no doubt.
And you got DeMar Hamlin on the field tonight. It's 9/11 in New York. They're going to have great ceremonies and very moving ceremonies, I'm sure. I'd also say what's popping tonight. Texas Rangers better be. Rangers play the Blue Jays up in Ontario, up there in Toronto. They ain't done it against Chris Bassett. The Rangers who are in. If you would have told me they weren't going to make the playoffs 2 weeks ago, I wouldn't have believed you. If they don't handle business in a 4-game series with Toronto starting tonight, they may not make the playoffs.
They're spiraling.
It's not good. Now, they did take 2 out of 3 this weekend, but that was to the A's. And guess what? Guess who the Astros play this week? The A's. The A's. Yeah. They get to beat up the A's this week. So you got to win. I mean, the Rangers and the Mariners are Seattle tonight. I don't know. They're home to the Angels. So the Astros and Rangers with very favorable matchups because the Angels have been awful and have quit. The A's are awful, and the Rangers are playing essentially a playoff series in my mind against Toronto. So that's popping tonight. Keep an eye on it. Also, what's popping? My new smile with Dr.
Hey,
Greg Ecker.
that's popping right there, baby.
Speaking of Facebook, that picture we took, you and I, Rod, out at the field house at the crossover on Saturday, I got more likes on a Facebook picture than any picture I've ever had, thanks to my new smile. And you were in it.
Yeah.
And you were in it because you have the great smile.
It's not as good as yours right now.
Hey, T.Y., thanks, brother. Rod, great stuff. Let's do it again tomorrow at 6 a.m. Every hour podcast at hornfm.com. Rome next.